Chapter 902. Yixian's words made Huang Daniu completely lose his temper. Indeed, even without him, just Duanling Tian's strength alone was completely capable of assisting Wood Peak to seize the glory of the first place in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time. Alright, Duanling Tian couldn't watch on any longer, and he mediated. Today, Daniu defeated the Fire Peak's Hu Fei, and not only did he vent his anger for Elder Yang, he even brought glory to our Wood Peak, and his contributions can't go unnoticed. The moment Huang Daniu heard this, he immediately laughed and glanced at Yixian proudly. Yixian, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Let's go back and cultivate. Duanling Tian glanced at the pair of clowns before him helplessly, and took the lead to return to his room. After returning to his room, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, and sensed the origin energy in his body that had transformed. A bright smile appeared on his face. 7th level void interpretation. When he made the breakthrough earlier, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that Duanling Tian felt like he was dreaming. Not only did I make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, but the bottleneck to the 8th level void interpretation has also appeared. It won't be long before I can make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation. The moment Duanling Tian thought about this, his emotions surged and he could not calm down for a long time. My cultivation base has made a breakthrough, and my spiritual energy has improved. I've left my concept far behind. However, 10 days later, my concept will have a new breakthrough as well. A smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he thought about the profound assimilation formation. In his opinion, the profound assimilation formation was like a timely rain. It came to him just in time when the concept he had comprehended was still low. 10 more days. It'll be great if I can make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation within these 10 days. The moment Duanling Tian thought about this, he no longer dared to hesitate. He quickly closed his eyes and calmed his heart to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon transformation. The yuan power within Duanling Tian's body surged. Even though it had brought along a trace of the medicinal efficacy of the nirvana pill, the medicinal efficacy of this nirvana pill was far from being as overbearing as before. I've used external origin energy and spiritual energy to stimulate the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Now, it has already become a frightened bird. In the future, it is impossible for him to be stimulated in the same way. Duanling Tian was well aware of this. In the future, unless he consumed the spirit fruit and let the medicinal power of the spirit fruit further stimulate the medicinal power of the rebirth pill. Otherwise, he would have to continuously raise his cultivation base to allow the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill to gradually appear, and help him raise his cultivation base even faster. Duanling Tian's target was to break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage within 10 days. But the truth proved that it was merely a target. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. 10 days passed, yet the bottleneck that led to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage in Duanling Tian's body didn't move in the slightest. Duanling Tian. A familiar voice resonated in his ears, waking Duanling Tian up from his cultivation. He could not help but sigh. I'm still too greedy. Unless I have the spirit fruit, I'm afraid it'll take me at least 2 to 3 months to complete the breakthrough. It's already been 10 days? Duanling Tian asked curiously as he opened the door and looked at Huang Daniu, who was standing outside. You really forgot about the time when you're cultivating. Today is the day we'll go to Gold Peak and enter the profound assimilation formation. The Peak Master is already waiting for us. Huang Daniu smiled. Let's go. Duanling Tian nodded and rose into the air with Huang Daniu. Soon after, they saw Qiyu, who was waiting in the sky. Peak Master. Duanling Tian greeted him. Qiyu smiled and nodded in response. Let's go. Then, without waiting for Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu to respond, he lifted his hand and a wave of majestic and vast invisible energy swept out and shrouded Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu. Horror dawned on Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu when they sensed the energy that was so powerful that it made them feel oppressed. In the next moment, they noticed the energy that shrouded them trembled but did not hurt them. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. We're here. At the same time, Qiyu's voice resonated in their ears. When they squinted their eyes and looked forward, they saw a familiar mountain in front of them. Both of them were dumbfounded. Gold Peak? Huang Dania's jaw dropped. He could not close it for a long time. He was still at Wood Peak a moment ago, and he was already at Gold Peak in the next moment? Although the two peaks were not far apart, Huang Daniu was still shocked from the bottom of his heart when he saw how the Peak Master arrived here from the other side in just a blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was secretly shocked. This Peak Master of Wood Peak was definitely not an ordinary 9th-level Void Transformation Stage powerhouse. It was highly possible that he was a powerhouse at the peak of the Void Transformation Stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so fast. We're a little late. Qiyu seemed to have noticed something as he smiled faintly. Then he brought Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to a platform on the mountainside of Gold Peak. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind. When they arrived at the entrance of a spacious palace on the platform, he finally understood why Qiyu said they were a little late. At this moment, other than Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, and his two direct disciples, the three great peak masters of Water Peak, Fire Peak, and Earth Peak had also arrived in the palace. There were two young men standing next to each of them. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu walked side by side as they followed behind Qiyu into the palace. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to look around curiously. He noticed that the palace was filled with the aura of inscriptions. It was obvious that many inscription formations were set up. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the spacious platform in the palace. On the platform, Duan Lingtian could sense a trace of familiar aura of inscription formations with his spiritual energy. Naturally, this was the first time he sensed such an aura. The reason why he said it was familiar was because the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was very familiar with it. As someone who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's two reincarnations memories, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian would find it familiar as well. The profound assimilation formation. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the profound assimilation formation was actually in this palace. At this moment he could not help but feel a little excited. Humph! Qiyu, you and the people from Wood Peak are really arrogant. How dare you ask the sect leader to wait for you? The moment Duan Lingtian and the other two entered the palace, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had already cast a cold glance at them as he mocked them. Cha Bai, it seems like you've really forgotten the pain after your wounds have healed. A disdainful smile crept up on the corner of Qiyu's mouth. Or perhaps, I was too lenient on you last time? If you need it, I can make you stay in bed for a few months at any time. A threat. A blatant threat. Qiyu's words caused Cha Bai's face to turn green and pale. Although he was furious, he did not dare to flare up at all. Sect leader, look. Right now, this Qiyu is riding on top of your head as well. Cha Bai took a deep breath. He knew that he was no match for Qiyu, so he did not confront Qiyu directly. Instead, he looked at Guochong and said angrily. However, Guochong ignored Qiyu's provocation. He nodded at Qiyu and said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin. The 10 of you go to the platform and sit down with your legs crossed. After you've sat down, take out your concept fragments and begin to comprehend it. After 15 minutes, I'll activate the profound assimilation formation." Guochong glanced at the 10 people including Duan Lingtian before he said slowly, "After the profound assimilation formation is activated, I'll put in several hundred concept fragments. At that time, those concept fragments will be absorbed by the profound assimilation formation and transform into concept energy that will help all of you to elevate your concept quickly. As for how much you can elevate your concept to, it'll depend on your own comprehension and luck." Guochong finished his sentence in one breath. The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, the two brothers, Nangong Chan and Nangong Yi, who were next to him, flew up to the spacious platform in the palace and sat down with their legs crossed at a distance. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, the 6 people from Water, Fire, and Earth Peak ascended the platform one by one and sat down with their legs crossed. Hu Fei glared at the purple figure in the distance with his cold eyes before he closed his eyes. Holding a fire concept fragment in his hand, he began to comprehend the fire concept in a meditative state. Tan Huan from Water Peak and Tianjun from Earth Peak also closed their eyes one after another, and began to comprehend the concept with the help of the concept fragments. The other 3 young disciples from the 3 peaks also closed their eyes one after another. Dainyu, let's go. Duan Lingtian completely ignored Hu Fei's cold eyes. He called out to Huang Dainyu and flew up to the platform in front of them together. However, there was a faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth, mixed with a trace of a conspiratorial smile. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu sat down with their legs crossed separately. Huang Dainyu held an earth concept fragment in his hand and began to comprehend. He turned a deaf ear to everything around him. Duan Lingtian also closed his eyes and began to comprehend. However, he had 2 concept fragments in his hand at the same time. They were the wind concept fragment and the thunder concept fragment. It was fortunate that Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, and the peak masters of the other 4 peaks did not see this. Otherwise, who knew how shocked they would be? Comprehending 2 different concepts with the help of 2 different concept fragments at the same time? They had never heard of anyone who could do this on the Cloud Continent before. A quarter of an hour passed quietly. In the eyes of the peak masters of the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect, the 10 young talents on the high platform had completely entered the concept comprehension state. However, they did not notice that there was one person who was not in the state at all. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian. It's going to be activated soon. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath. He was a little excited. He was waiting for the moment the sect leader of the 5-element sect would activate the profound assimilation formation. Only then would he be able to smoothly integrate his spiritual energy into the profound assimilation formation and do what he wanted to do. Chapter 903. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, made his move. With a raise of his hand, 4 origin stones that were shining with white light shot out and landed at the 4 corners of the spacious high platform. Almost at the same time when the 4 origin stones landed, a white mist gushed out of the high platform and shrouded the 10 young talents on the high platform. It was apparent that this was an inscription formation. To be more precise, it was a profound assimilation formation. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the 4 origin stones landed at the 4 corners of the spacious high platform, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform, suddenly released the spiritual energy that had been accumulating in his mind. In just a moment, it followed the spiritual energy that extended from the various materials that formed the profound assimilation formation, and merged into the profound assimilation formation like a fish in water. It's done. Now all that's left is to wait for the hundreds of concept fragments. As long as those concept fragments come into contact with the profound assimilation formation, they'll be instantly refined and transformed into concept energy. Usually, the amount of concept energy that can be absorbed by the people in the profound assimilation formation will not be more than 1%. However, with the advantage that I have now in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the profound assimilation formation, I can extract 10% of the concept energy to help me improve the concept that I've comprehended. This was also Duan Lingtian's goal. It was not that Duan Lingtian did not want to extract all of the concept energy that was refined by the profound assimilation formation, but he could not do it at all right now. 10% was the limit that he estimated based on his current spiritual energy. After all, his spiritual energy was only at the 8th level void interpretation. It was still too weak in front of the profound assimilation formation. The minimum requirement to set up the profound assimilation formation was spiritual energy that was at the martial monarch stage or above. With his current spiritual energy, he could only snatch 10% of the profound assimilation formation from under the nose of the profound assimilation formation because of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's thorough understanding of the profound assimilation formation. Otherwise, let alone snatching the profound assimilation formation from under the nose of the profound assimilation formation, he could not even merge his spiritual energy with the profound assimilation formation. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who was quietly waiting, seemed to have noticed something, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. At the same time, he could clearly sense a strange spiritual energy suddenly attacking him from within the profound assimilation formation. It then followed the spiritual energy that he had extended out and attacked his soul. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. There's a reversal formation hidden inside the profound assimilation formation. Damn it. The reversal formation was a type of passive defensive inscription formation that was a one-time use inscription formation. It was usually hidden in other inscription formations and belonged to the category of inscription formations. Normally, the reversal formation would not have any unusual movements. However, once an inscription master's spiritual energy entered the inscription formation that hid the reversal formation, the reversal formation would be activated and turn into a mirror. The inscription master's spiritual power would be replicated and reflected back, directly attacking his soul and injuring it. Of course, the prerequisite was that the inscription master who left behind the reversal array had to have a stronger spiritual power than the invader. Otherwise, the reversal formation would not have been activated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was facing a spiritual energy that was as strong as his own spiritual power. The spiritual energy was charging straight to the soul in the depths of his mind. Although the strength of the spiritual energy was not enough to completely destroy Duan Lingtian's soul, it was enough to cause great damage to Duan Lingtian's soul. Boom! The spiritual energy came very quickly. By the time Duan Lingtian reacted, it had already collided with Duan Lingtian's soul, as though it wanted to completely destroy it. Duan Lingtian's soul instantly trembled, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness, and his vision blurred as he lost consciousness. Even the spiritual energy that had entered the profound assimilation formation was almost subconsciously retracted from the impact. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian reacted in time and controlled his spiritual energy so it did not leave the profound assimilation formation. If his spiritual energy left the profound assimilation formation that had been activated, everything that he had prepared and done today would be in vain. That was not something he wanted to see. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that his soul would be severely injured, he realized that his soul was unharmed. The spiritual energy that had collided with his soul had also disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. He subconsciously used another spiritual energy to check his soul. This check shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his soul almost flew out of his body. My spiritual brand is gone. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely stunned. The spiritual imprint in the depths of his soul, which was also what he relied on to unleash his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, had completely disappeared from his soul. Without this spiritual brand, it meant that he could no longer use his soul skill 1,000 illusions. It's that spiritual energy. It must have destroyed the spiritual brand. It was precisely because the spiritual brand blocked that mental energy that my soul was able to remain unscathed. This was something that Duan Lingtian could easily figure out. Without the spiritual brand, it meant that his soul skill 1,000 illusions was gone. From now on, he could no longer use his soul skill 1,000 illusions against his enemies. He could no longer use his unpredictable illusory space to toy with his opponents in the palm of his hand. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian was very, very disappointed. The soul skill 1,000 illusions had accompanied him for a very long time. Along the way, it had saved him many times. It had also given him the ability to defeat the strong as the weak. He had defeated many martial artists who were stronger than him. Now the soul skill 1,000 illusions was gone. It had left him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy trembled, caused him to quiver. He temporarily, through the disappointment of his spiritual brand being destroyed and the disappearance of his soul skill 1,000 illusions to the back of his mind. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the originally calm profound assimilation formation had suddenly become restless. Without even thinking, he could guess the reason why the profound assimilation formation was restless. Guochong, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, was finally going to throw the hundreds of soul fragments into the profound assimilation formation. The spiritual brand is gone, and the soul skill 1,000 illusions is gone. It's a foregone conclusion. It can't be changed. What I have to do now is to seize this opportunity and let my 4 concepts soar. Duan Lingtian quickly adjusted his mood. He was anticipating the arrival of the hundreds of concept fragments. He knew very well that without the spiritual brand and the soul skill 1,000 illusions, he was nothing compared to the group of young talents in the Five-Element sect. Let alone the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak. Even Hu Fei from Fire Peak could easily defeat him. Hu Fei was at the 7th level void interpretation. He had comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. What about him? 7th level void interpretation. He had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. The remaining 3 types of elementary concepts added together did not exceed the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. What did he have to compete with Hu Fei? Even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, he was still far from being a match for Hu Fei. Although Duan Lingtian was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to do so. Without the soul skill Thousand Illusions to a certain extent, he was just a piece of trash with a high cultivation base and low strength. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would be trampled under Hu Fei's feet. Was he willing to be trampled under Hu Fei's feet? Of course not. This time, I want to rely on the profound assimilation formation to possess the strength to defeat Hu Fei, Nangong Chan, and Nangong Yi without using the soul skill Thousand Illusions. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with longing. It was an endless longing. Duan Lingtian's unusual movement was completely shrouded by the profound assimilation formation that had transformed into a cloud of fog. Naturally, the peak masters of the 5-element sect outside did not notice it. At this moment, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, who was also the peak master of Gold Peak, Guochong, was standing in front of the high platform. There were hundreds of concept fragments suspended in the air in front of him. They were held up by an invisible force and did not move for a long time. Among these concept fragments there were green, red, blue, purple, and even earthy yellow. These 4 colors represented the 5 types of nature concepts, namely wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth. They were the concept fragments that corresponded to the 5 types of concepts. Of course, other than these 5 colors of concept fragments, there were also 2 other types of concept fragments that were emitting waves of sharp aura. These 2 types of concept fragments were shining with a faint light on their surface. The light either condensed into a sword or a saber. It was the sword concept fragment and the saber concept fragment. However, compared to the wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth concept fragments, the sword concept fragment and the saber concept fragment were much lesser. Do any of you have any sword concept fragments and saber concept fragments with you? I remember that the 5th level void interpretation stage disciple of the Fire Peak comprehended sword concept. The 5th level void interpretation stage disciple of the Earth Peak comprehended saber concept. Guochong looked at the other 4 peak masters and asked slowly. Based on his words, it was obvious that he felt that the sword concept fragments and saber concept fragments were too little. I have 23 sword concept fragments with me. The lowest is the 1st level while the highest is the 4th level. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, raised his hand and took out 13 sword concept fragments. I also have 21 saber concept fragments with me. Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, also took out 11 saber concept fragments. As for Qi Yu and Tan Huan, the peak masters of Wood Peak and Water Peak, they did not make any move at all. All the peaks in the 5-element sect were originally in a competitive relationship. They would not be willing to do things that would benefit the disciples of the other peaks. Moreover, no matter if it was Cha Bai or Tiangu, the concept fragments that they took out were all beneficial to the disciples of their own peaks. If they were asked to take out other concept fragments, they would definitely not be willing to do so. It's almost time. Chapter 904. The eyes of the other 4 peak masters lit up when they heard Guochong's words. Whoosh! Suddenly, Guochong raised his hand. At once, the hundreds of concept fragments that were suspended in front of him rained down on the profound assimilation formation that shrouded the entire high platform. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the concept fragments fell into the fog that shrouded the high platform and disappeared. It's here! Duan Lingtian, who was in the profound assimilation formation, immediately noticed the appearance of the hundreds of concept fragments when he merged his spiritual energy into the profound assimilation formation. As soon as the concept fragments fell into the profound assimilation formation, they were refined into waves of concept energy by the profound assimilation formation. The concept energy instantly filled the entire space in the profound assimilation formation. Duan Lingtian, who had opened his eyes, could clearly see the solidified concept energy. There were 7 types of concept energy in total. 5 of them were green, red, blue, purple, and khaki respectively. It was obvious that they were the concept energy that was transformed from the wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth concept fragments. The other two types were colorless. However, there was a faint solidified energy surrounding them. They were either swords or sabers. It was obvious that they were the concept energy that was transformed from the sword and saber concept fragments. Unfortunately, I've only comprehended the wind concept, thunder concept, earth concept, and sword concept. Otherwise, I would have gained more this time. Duanlingtian took a deep breath. His spiritual energy began to move in the profound assimilation formation. He tried his best to control the profound assimilation formation according to the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. At the same time, the green concept energy, purple concept energy, khaki concept energy that permeated the profound assimilation formation, as well as the concept energy that permeated the sword-shaped energy in the surroundings, were separated by 1/10 each. The four types of concept energy that were separated shook in the air and flew in the same direction. It was the direction where Duanlingtian was at. Whoosh! 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 The concept energy that originated from a large amount of wind concept fragments, lightning concept fragments, earth concept fragments, and sword concept fragments surged into Duanlingtian's body. At the same time, four material concepts emanated from the surface of Duanlingtian's body, and they became even more majestic and vast. It was the concept of wind, concept of thunder, concept of earth, and concept of sword. The four wills gradually grew stronger and transformed. It was obvious that it was constantly digesting the four concept energies that surged into Duanlingtian's body. As long as it completely digested the four concept energies, the four concepts would complete their final transformation. After separating the four types of concept energy that he needed and allowing them to flow into his body, Duanlingtian's eyes lit up. Duanlingtian could feel the profound assimilation formation that had consumed more than 90% of his spiritual energy trembling, as though he was about to be forced out of the profound assimilation formation. With my current spiritual energy, it's not enough to separate the concept energy anymore. However, it's still possible for me to make someone in the profound assimilation formation be repelled by the concept energy. With just a thought, Duanlingtian used the last bit of his spiritual energy to pierce into the profound assimilation formation again, and gave his last command. At the same time, Duanlingtian's spiritual energy that had merged into the profound assimilation formation was completely depleted. If Duanlingtian opened his eyes now, he would definitely see it immediately. A red figure that was also in the profound assimilation formation was Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Wood Peak, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. There seemed to be an additional resistance around him. As soon as this resistance appeared, the red concept energy that was originally close to him, which was also the concept energy that was transformed from the fire concept fragments, was completely pushed away. Could not get close to him at all. At this moment, the red concept energy gradually dissipated and soon disappeared without a trace. The other 8 people had more or less absorbed some of the concept energy that they needed. However, the concept energy that had merged into their bodies was only 1% of the total. The remaining concept energy disappeared into the profound assimilation formation just like that. It was as though it was forcefully swallowed by the profound assimilation formation. Even if it was only 1% of the concept energy, it was still enough to benefit the 8 of them greatly. Time continued to pass by quietly. An hour went by. 2 hours went by. Outside the profound assimilation formation, the 5 peak masters of the 5 element sect were waiting outside the high platform. Their eyes were fixed on the profound assimilation formation from the beginning until the end. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. All of them wanted to know what level the concepts that the young geniuses from their respective peaks who entered the profound assimilation formation had elevated to. 5 hours went by very quickly. However, the mist on the high platform did not disappear. This also meant that the profound assimilation formation was still there. The concept energy transformed from the concept fragments had not been completely digested by the people inside. What's going on? Yufeng, the peak master of Water Peak, frowned. Something doesn't seem right. I remember that when the few of us entered the profound assimilation formation, it only took us 3 hours to come out. I think it's a little strange as well. Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, nodded his head. Unfortunately, My spiritual energy can't penetrate this profound assimilation formation. There's no way for me to investigate the situation inside. There's only one possibility. Someone hasn't completely digested the concept energy that has entered his body. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, said solemnly. Looks like this generation of disciples has given us a big surprise. The longer we stay in there, the more benefits we'll get. Guochong, the peak master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of Five Element sect, exclaimed in surprise. Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, stood by the side with a face filled with anticipation as well. Duan Lingtian, could it be you? Chi Yu asked quietly in his heart. Inside the profound assimilation formation. Due to the existence of the profound assimilation formation, even those young talents who had completely digested the concept energy they had absorbed and raised the concept they had comprehended had yet to wake up. Once they were shrouded by the profound assimilation formation, they would not wake up as long as the profound assimilation formation did not disappear. At this moment, they were completely unaware of the changes in the concept they had comprehended. Only when the profound assimilation formation disappeared completely would they be able to sense the changes in the concept they had comprehended and wake up immediately. It was very easy to make the profound assimilation formation disappear. As long as the concept energy that was lingering in the profound assimilation formation, including the concept energy in the body of the people in the profound assimilation formation, disappeared completely, the profound assimilation formation would disappear as well. Right now, the only person who was awake in the profound assimilation formation was Duan Lingtian alone. This feels so good. Duan Lingtian was in a great mood when he could clearly sense that the four concepts he had comprehended were still rising. Originally, I would need to spend at least 120 hours to completely digest these four concept energy. However, since I can comprehend two different concept energy at the same time, I only need half the time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. For Huang Daniu and the others, it would take them 3 hours to absorb and digest 1% of a concept energy. On the other hand, it would take him 30 hours to absorb and digest 10% of a concept energy. 4 concepts meant that he would need 120 hours. Since he could comprehend two different concepts at the same time, it was even more efficient. The time was halved, which meant that he would only need 60 hours. Now 5 hours have passed. I still need 55 hours. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in the 4 concepts that were rising rapidly again. The feeling of sitting on a rocket made him feel extremely carefree from the bottom of his heart. Wind sometimes gentle, sometimes swift. Thunder sometimes reserved, sometimes violent. Sword sometimes calm, sometimes swift and fierce. Earth, it made Duan Lingtian feel as though he had become one with the earth beneath him. There was no longer any distinction between him and the earth. Inside the profound assimilation formation, Duan Lingtian, who was digesting the 4 concept energy to his heart's content and improving the concepts he had comprehended, was in a great mood. He only hoped that this moment would last forever. However, the 5 people outside of the profound assimilation formation were completely anxious. It's already been 10 hours, but the profound assimilation formation still hasn't disappeared. Could something have happened inside? Tiangu speculated worriedly. I don't think so. Yufeng shook her head. This profound assimilation formation was set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master that was hired by our 5 element sect's ancestors. It has never had any problems before, and this time shouldn't be an exception as well. But this time it's taking too long. In the history of our 5 element sect, no matter which time the profound assimilation formation was activated, it would usually only take 3 hours to complete. Cha Bai frowned as his face turned slightly grave. At this moment, even Guochong, the sect leader of the 5 element sect, was no longer as calm as before. 10 hours. What's going on inside? Soon, Guochong looked at Chi Yu, who was standing by the side with a calm expression. Chi Yu, what do you think? What can I think? Chi Yu shrugged and smiled faintly. What's the use of us being anxious right now? Don't tell me that we can still forcefully break this profound assimilation formation and enter to check on those little fellows? Tiangu could not help but smile wryly when he heard Chi Yu's words. That's the inscription formation that was set up by Emperor Wu. How can the few of us possibly break it forcefully? We've only mastered the method to open the profound assimilation formation, but we haven't mastered the method to close it. According to the Martial Monarch Stage Senior, as long as the concept energy is completely absorbed and digested by the people inside the profound assimilation formation, the profound assimilation formation will be completely closed. It has always been like this. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, he frowned slightly. But this time it's a little strange. Don't tell me that someone hasn't completely absorbed and digested the concept energy yet? Chapter 905. Guochong's words reminded the other 4 peak masters, including Qiyu. At once they could not help but be shocked. That was right. If there was really someone who had not completely absorbed and digested the concept energy contained in the profound assimilation formation, to what extent would his concept be raised to? I don't think that's possible. Very soon, Tiangu seemed to have recalled something as he shook his head and frowned. Ever since the profound assimilation formation became popular in the entire Cloud continent several thousand years ago, I've never heard of anyone being able to stay in it for more than 3.5 hours, let alone 10 hours. Usually it would be around 3 hours. Perhaps something has happened in the profound assimilation formation. Tiangu voiced out his speculation. What you said does make sense. Yu Feng, who was standing by the side, nodded her head. A hint of worry could be seen in between her eyebrows. If something has really happened in the profound assimilation formation, would anything happen to them? The moment Yu Feng's words left her mouth, Guochong, Qiyu, and Chabai's faces turned grave immediately. The words that Tiangu said earlier had resonated with them as well. Right now, after listening to Yu Feng's words, they could not help but feel worried as well. They were worried about the safety of the disciples in the profound assimilation formation. Time continued to pass by quietly. Just like that, a day had passed by quickly. It's already been a day and there's still no movement at all. No. I must break through this profound assimilation formation. After waiting for a day, Chabai could no longer hold himself back and immediately flew out. With a raise of his hand, a flaming saber materialized in his hand and slashed down with a whistling sound. Whoosh! The flaming saber slammed into the profound assimilation formation fiercely. However, when it came into contact with the mist above the profound assimilation formation, it completely disappeared. The mist above the profound assimilation formation was like a terrifying beast that opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the flaming saber whole. It's useless. Seeing that Chabai was about to make his move again, Tiangu shook his head and said, "That's an inscription formation that's set up by a martial monarch powerhouse. On top of that, it's a profound assimilation formation that requires an extremely high amount of spiritual energy. Unless you're a martial monarch powerhouse, it's impossible for you to forcefully destroy it." Tiangu himself was an inscription master. He had the absolute right to speak in this regard. Therefore, after hearing Tiangu's words, even though Chabai's face was still a little ugly, he was no longer as impulsive as before. "Peak Master Chabai, we can understand your feelings. However, just like what Peak Master Qiyu said earlier, the only thing we can do now is to wait for the profound assimilation formation to close on its own and for them to come out." Chabai nodded. Then, he glanced at Guochong and Qiyu who were sitting cross-legged at a low altitude. After taking a deep breath, he also sat cross-legged in the air. He meditated while waiting for his direct disciple, Hu Fei, to come out of the profound assimilation formation. Soon another day had passed. Still nothing. Qiyu opened his eyes and looked at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform not far away. He muttered to himself, "Duan Lingtian Huang Dani, please don't let anything happen to the two of you. The future of the Wood Peak depends on the two of you to support it." After witnessing the strength of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, Qiyu had already regarded both of them as the future pillars of the Wood Peak. In his heart, he even had the thought of cultivating one of them to be the next Peak Master of Wood Peak. Of course, the reason why he had the thought of choosing one of them was not because he felt that it was difficult to choose because both of them had similar innate talents. It was because he felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to stay in the Wood Peak and the Five-Element sect in the future. After all, Duan Lingtian was an anomaly. He was publicly acknowledged as the darling of the heavens on the Cloud continent. Such an existence was destined to not be bound by the Five-Element sect. In the entire eastern region of the northern desert, the five-element sect could be considered as one of the three major forces. However, in the entire Cloud continent it was only a tiny third-rate force at the border. It was not even worth mentioning in front of the truly powerful forces. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing, he would not hesitate to regard Duan Lingtian as the successor of the Peak Master of Wood Peak. However, if Duan Lingtian was unwilling, he would not force him. He could only settle for the second best and choose Huang Daniu as the successor of the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Although Huang Daniu was not as good as Duan Lingtian, he was much more outstanding compared to the other Wood Peak disciples. Why? Are you worried about Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Qi Yu's ears through voice transmission. He did not even need to turn his head to know whose voice it was. Aren't you worried about those two precious disciples of yours? Qi Yu glanced at Guochong, who was standing nearby, and asked through voice transmission. The moment Guochong heard that, he smiled wryly. How could he not be worried? Of course not. After so many years of being together, he who did not have any children had long regarded his two direct disciples as his own. Did you ask Duan Lingtian if he's willing to stay in the five-element sect in the future? Guochong looked at Qi Yu and asked through voice transmission again. Without waiting for Qi Yu's reply, he added, as long as he's willing to stay in the five-element sect, not only will he become the Peak Master of Wood Peak, I can even pass on the position of the sect leader of five-element sect to him. Qi Yu could not help but be moved by Guochong's words. What about your two direct disciples? Them? When Guochong heard Qi Yu mentioning Nangong and his brother, he could not help but sigh. Those two boys are really ambitious. They've already decided to leave the five-element sect after coming out from that place and explore the outside world together. Their ambition is not bad. Moreover, they've been staying in the five-element sect since they were young and have never left. It's not strange for them to yearn for the outside world. Qi Yu nodded. They're too ambitious. It's impossible for them to inherit the position of the sect leader of five-element sect. If Duan Lingtian is willing, I can pass on the position of the sect leader to him even without him coming to Gold Peak. Guochong replied. Don't tell me you think that the position of the sect leader of five-element sect that even your two precious disciples don't care about can move Duan Lingtian? Qi Yu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned solemn. Don't forget, he's still a variant. Variant. Upon hearing Qi Yu's words, Guochong fell silent. That was right. How monstrous was a variant? How could they be bound by the five-element sect? Even those top-notch first-rate forces on Cloud Continent would fight to the death for a variant. I can't help but feel that something's not right about the situation with the profound assimilation formation this time. By right, it's impossible for anything to happen to the profound assimilation formation. Soon Guochong changed the topic. He looked at Qi Yu and asked, do you think this incident has something to do with Duan Lingtian? After all, he's a variant. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Qi Yu rolled his eyes at Guochong. Looking at the way he was acting, he did not seem like he was talking to a sect leader at all. Instead, he seemed like an ordinary senior brother chatting with each other. Guochong was rendered speechless. However, he did not mind Qi Yu's casual attitude at all. In front of other people, perhaps he would still put on the airs of a sect leader in front of Qi Yu to show the dignity of a sect leader. However, when he was talking to Qi Yu in private, he did not treat himself as the sect leader at all. Instead, he still treated Qi Yu as the junior brother that he used to roam the world with in the past. At that time he had saved Qi Yu's life many times, and Qi Yu had saved his life many times as well. Although he and Qi Yu were not from the same peak and were usually in a competitive relationship, they were still friends who would go through life and death together. In the current five-element sect, only they knew about the friendship between the two of them. Even the peak masters of the other three peaks did not know about the friendship between the two of them. Otherwise, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, would not have deliberately tried to sow discord between Guochong and Qi Yu in front of Guochong, the sect leader of five-element sect. If Cha Bai knew about the friendship between the two of them, he would most likely be so angry that he would vomit blood. As it turned out, his action of wasting so much saliva was just a big joke in the eyes of Guochong and Qi Yu. 2 days have already passed. To think that the profound assimilation formation still hasn't disappeared. Guochong sighed. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that we won't have to wait too long. Qiyu chimed in. All right. Guochong nodded his head and continued to close his eyes to meditate. Qiyu also closed his eyes and waited patiently. Not long after the two of them closed their eyes, Chabai, who was hovering on the other side, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the high platform that was enveloped by the profound assimilation formation and muttered to himself, Hu Fei, with your attainments in fire concept, with the help of the profound assimilation formation, you should be able to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept this time, right? Bai's words were filled with great expectations for Hu Fei. Not long after, Tiangu and Yufang also opened their eyes. They glanced at the high platform that was enveloped by the profound assimilation formation and sighed softly before closing their eyes again. Time continued to pass by. 1 hour. 2 hours. In just a blink of an eye, another 7 hours had passed by. Inside the profound assimilation formation, a purple figure sat there. His body was completely surrounded by 4 solidified energies that were emitting a vast and majestic aura. This was a young man in purple. He sat there motionlessly like a mountain, like an eminent monk who had attained the Tao. If one looked closely, one would easily notice it. 2 of the energies surrounding the young man's body were increasing at an extremely fast speed. Together with the other 2 energies, they emitted a terrifying aura. The terrifying aura was like the howling of the wind, the roaring of the thunder, and the trembling of the earth. Apart from that, there was also an extremely sharp aura that was moving around the purple-clad young man like a shadow. If there was anyone here, they would be able to recognize the sharp aura with just a glance. It was the sword concept. Not only that, but it did not seem like an ordinary sword concept as well. The concept energy refined by the earth concept fragment and sword concept fragment through the profound assimilation formation is only a little bit away from being completely digested. I'll need at most 5 hours. Chapter 906. 5 hours was not a long time. Very soon it had passed by. When Duanling Tian sensed that the remaining concept energy had completely merged with the concept that he had comprehended and raised his concept to a certain level, he suddenly opened his eyes. Huh. At the same time, Duanling Tian noticed that the profound assimilation formation had begun to shake. He knew that the profound assimilation formation was about to close on its own. An ordinary person can only stay in the profound assimilation formation for 3 hours at most. However, I've been in there for a total of 60 hours. And this is because my consciousness can be divided into 2, allowing me to comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time. Otherwise, I could have stayed in there for 120 hours. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he glanced at the 9 young men and women who were sitting cross-legged. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he made up his mind. I mustn't let anyone find out that the reason why the profound assimilation formation has been open for 60 hours is because of me. Otherwise, once this matter spreads out, I'm afraid countless people will want to get the method to stay in the profound assimilation formation for such a long time from me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. At the same time, he withdrew the 4 types of vast and majestic concepts that were spreading out from his body and closed his eyes again. The profound assimilation formation was about to close. What he needed to do now was to not give himself away so that no one would be able to trace him. After all, there were a total of 10 people in the profound assimilation formation. As long as he did not give himself away, even if someone really suspected him, they would not have any evidence and would not dare to confirm it. Outside the profound assimilation formation, in front of the high platform, the 5 peak masters who were sitting cross-legged in the air opened their eyes at the same time. The reason they had such a tacit understanding was that they had noticed the strange movement of the profound assimilation formation in front of them at the same time. The profound assimilation formation is finally closing. Tiangu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. It's been 2.5 days. If we convert it into hours, it would be 60 hours. Yufang exclaimed. Usually, the people who are in the profound assimilation formation can only stay for about 3 hours at most. However, the 10 of them have stayed for 60 hours. This is really strange. Bai's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Either something has happened to the profound assimilation formation, or someone has absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours straight. The former is fine, but if it is the latter. Guocheng muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly. Guocheng's murmur was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the peak leaders of the other 4 peaks, who agreed with him. At the same time, they stared at the gradually dissipating fog in front of them. All of them wanted to know if there was really someone who had absorbed 60 hours of concept energy in the profound assimilation formation. If that was the case, then to what extent would that person's concept be raised to? Duan Lingtian, could it be you? Qi Yu asked again in his heart. He had a feeling that the change in the profound assimilation formation had something to do with Duan Lingtian. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian was a variant that he had such thoughts. When the fog gradually dissipated, it also meant that the profound assimilation formation had been shut down. After the profound assimilation formation was completely shut down, the fog on the high platform disappeared without a trace. Only 10 young men and women were left sitting cross-legged. Their eyes were closed and they did not move at all. Seeing that their disciples were safe and sound, the 5 peak leaders could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, when they recalled that the profound assimilation formation would only be activated after 60 hours, they glanced at the 10 people on the high platform one by one. It was as though they wanted to see if there was really someone who had absorbed 60 hours of concept energy. If that was the case, even if that person had only comprehended the first-level void interpretation concept earlier, he would definitely be able to raise his 4th-level void transformation concept after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. They were fortunate enough to enter the profound assimilation formation once before, so they knew very well how much the profound assimilation formation could raise a martial artist's strength. 3 hours was enough to raise a person's void interpretation concept by 1 or 2 levels. 60 hours was 20 times longer than 3 hours. One could imagine how much their concept would be raised if they continued to absorb concept energy for such a long time. Due to this reason, all of them wanted to know if there was really someone among the 10 young talents who had absorbed a huge amount of concept energy for 60 hours. Or perhaps there was really something wrong with the profound assimilation formation. Soon after, the 10 young talents who were sitting cross-legged on the high platform, including Duan Lingtian, opened their eyes one after another. The moment they opened their eyes, a hint of confusion could be seen on all 10 of their faces. Duan Lingtian was no exception as well. In order not to give himself away, his reaction was almost the same as the other 9 people. The time spent comprehending this time. It seems like it took more than 3 hours, right? Tianjun from Earth Peak said with a frown as he stretched his arms and legs. I feel like a long time has passed as well. Tan Huan from Water Peak stood up as well and nodded her head. I didn't feel anything when I was in the state of comprehending concept earlier. However, it feels like a few days have passed now. It really doesn't feel like it only took 3 hours. Nangongyi from Gold Peak chimed in as well. It was apparent that before they entered the profound assimilation formation, they knew that those who entered the profound assimilation formation would usually stay in there for about 3 hours. It would definitely not exceed 3.5 hours. There were many profound assimilation formations on Cloud Continent, but nobody had ever stayed in there for more than 3.5 hours. Why is it 3 hours? Huang Daniu asked with a confused look on his face. That's right. Why is it 3 hours? Duan Lingtian followed Huang Daniu and asked with a confused look on his face. At this moment Duan Lingtian was naturally acting dumb. However, nobody saw through him. Peak Master Qi Yu didn't tell you? Nangongyi was stunned at first. Then, he proceeded to tell Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu about his understanding of the profound assimilation formation. Usually, those who enter the profound assimilation formation can only stay in there for about 3 hours. Until now, I've never heard of an exception in the entire Cloud Continent. Nangongyi finished his sentence in one breath. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian secretly scoffed at Nangongyi's explanation. If his spiritual energy was strong enough to absorb all of the concept energy, he could definitely stay in the profound assimilation formation for a longer period of time. Naturally, he knew the reason why ordinary people could only stay in there for 3 hours. It was because those people could only absorb and digest 1% of the concept energy in the profound assimilation formation. No matter how strong one's comprehension was, one would only need 3 hours to absorb and digest 1% of the concept energy. Of course, even if it was only 1%, it was enough to raise one's concept to a certain level. I also feel like I've been in there for more than 3 hours. It feels like a few days have passed. Don't tell me that being in the profound assimilation formation makes one feel like a day is as long as a year? Huang Daniu frowned and pondered for a while before he finally asked. At once, the 10 young talents' eyes that were filled with questions landed on the peak masters of each of the 5 element sects peaks in unison. They wanted to get an answer from them. Indeed, all of you have been in there for more than 3 hours. To be exact, all of you have been in there for 2.5 days, which is a total of 60 hours. Guochong, the peak master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of 5 element sect, said slowly. 2.5 days? 60 hours? The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, the 10 young talents could not help but be stunned. Among them, Nangong Yi from Gold Peak was included as well. His face was still cold and did not change much. However, there was a hint of astonishment in the depth of his eyes. It was obvious that he was also shocked by his master's words. Master, didn't you say that the martial artists on the Cloud Continent can only stay in the profound assimilation formation for about 3 hours at most? What's with the 60 hours? Nangong Yi was the first to ask. His face was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand this at all. The other young talents were also confused and puzzled. All of them looked at Guochong in confusion, wanting to get an answer from him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was included among them as well. Although Duan Lingtian knew the reason, it was impossible for him to reveal it. In order to not give himself away, he pretended to be ignorant just like the other 9 people. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian noticed that a pair of eyes had locked onto him. This pair of eyes was sizing him up from head to toe, as though they were trying to figure out something from him. Duan Lingtian immediately noticed the owner of this pair of eyes. It was Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Peak Master, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian looked at Qiyu and asked through voice transmission. His face was filled with confusion. Duan Lingtian, I remember that the concept you comprehended earlier was only the 3rd level intermediate wind concept, right? I'm looking forward to seeing your improvement after coming out of the profound assimilation formation this time. Qiyu's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. He emphasized on the word improvement, as though he was hinting at something. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me that the Peak Master of Wood Peak discovered something? Impossible. Soon after, Duan Lingtian denied it. He must think that I'm a variant and suspect that I'm the one who made the profound assimilation formation open for 60 hours instead of 3. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian calmed down in his heart, and he replied unhurriedly via voice transmission, Peak Master, there's something you might not know. The concept I've comprehended isn't just the wind concept. To be more precise, the wind concept is the weaker one of the 2 void interpretation concepts that I've comprehended. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange that Qiyu knew that he had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept earlier. Previously, when he and Huang Daniu had just arrived at Wood Peak, he had already made his move. At that time, his target was Luochan and Hongxi, who were now dead. At that time, he had already demonstrated his 3rd level intermediate wind concept. Chapter 907. What? As expected, shock appeared on Qiyu's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Why, we comprehended another void interpretation concept as well? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in response. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from Qiyu and looked at Guochong, the sect leader of 5 element sect. In the face of Nangong Yi's question, Guochong finally opened his mouth. Logically speaking, all of you should have stayed in the profound assimilation formation for 3 hours before coming out. This time, all of you have stayed in there for a total of 60 hours. Let alone all of you, even we find it strange and puzzling as well. Guochong replied. Guochong's words caused the group of young geniuses to be stunned. However, there's one thing that I'm certain of. Guochong's gaze swept across the 10 young talents, including Duan Lingtian, one by one before he said slowly, there are only 2 possibilities for the profound assimilation formation to remain open for 60 hours. First, something has happened to the profound assimilation formation. Second, someone has continuously absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone brightly. Continuously absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours? The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, the 9 young talents, other than Duan Lingtian, were completely dumbfounded. If there was really someone who had continuously absorbed the concept energy for such a long time, then what level would the concept he had comprehended be raised to? Other than Duan Lingtian, the other 9 young talents, including Huang Daniu, were shocked. Perhaps Guochong could see through the thoughts of most of the young talents, so he continued to say, based on the hundreds of concept fragments that I've placed into the profound assimilation formation, if there's really someone who has continuously absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours, even if he had only comprehended the first level void interpretation concept previously, his concept would have definitely broken through to the 4th level void transformation concept or above after he comes out of the profound assimilation formation. 4th level void transformation concept. Upon hearing Guochong's words, the group of young talents who had just regained their senses were completely stunned again. 4th level void transformation concept, what kind of concept was that? Among the group of people, the person who had comprehended the strongest void interpretation concept earlier was none other than Gold Peak's Nangong and his brother. Both of them had comprehended the 8th level void interpretation concept. The 8th level of the void interpretation concept was only equivalent to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons. 4th level void transformation concept was equivalent to the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons. There was a gap between the 9th level void interpretation concept and the 1st level void transformation concept. The gap was like a chasm. The former was only equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons, while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Every level of the void transformation concept gave him the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Who is it? For a time, the 10 young geniuses, with the exception of Nangong Chan, looked at each other. It was as though all of them wanted to know who had been absorbing the concept energy for such a long time. Who was that pervert? When he saw the group of young geniuses looking at each other, Duan Lingtian naturally followed suit and pretended to be ignorant. It might not necessarily be someone who has been absorbing the concept energy for such a long time. Perhaps something has happened to the profound assimilation formation. Guochong added when he saw the 9 young talents looking at each other. Right now, all of you should be able to more or less sense the changes in the concept that you've comprehended. However, I don't think all of you can confirm the exact level of your concept. Guochong stared at the 10 young talents in front of him with a burning gaze before he said, "Now I'll call out your names. All of you will show us your concepts one by one and show us what you've gained from the profound assimilation formation." The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, the eyes of the other 4 peak masters lit up right away. Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak especially, glanced at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was as though he was saying to Duan Lingtian, Kid, since you said you've comprehended 2 types of void interpretation concepts, then let me see what level the other void interpretation concept you've comprehended is at. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Qiyu's gaze. He could also guess what Qiyu was thinking, but he was not bothered by it at all. The reason he said those words earlier was, naturally, because he was confident that Qiyu would not be able to confirm that he was the person who had been absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours. Although he had been absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours, it was not just one type of concept. If he had only been absorbing one type of concept for such a long time, just like what Guochong had said earlier, his concept would have been elevated to the 4th level void transformation concept or above. When he was in the profound assimilation formation, he had absorbed a total of 4 types of concept energy. It took him 30 hours to fully absorb each type of concept energy. Originally, he would need a total of 120 hours to absorb all 4 types of concept energy. However, since his consciousness could now be divided into 2, he could comprehend 2 different types of concept at the same time. The efficiency had doubled. Due to this reason, it only took him 60 hours to fully absorb all 4 types of concept energy. The 4 types of concept that he had comprehended had also improved tremendously. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Hu Fei as he secretly snorted. Hu Fei had been frowning ever since he came out of the profound assimilation formation. He had noticed this long ago. As for the reason, it was easy for him to guess. What's going on? Hu Fei was a little hesitant when he heard that Guochong wanted them to demonstrate their improved concept. This was because he could feel that the concept that he had comprehended did not seem to have improved at all compared to before he entered. Naturally, he did not dare to confirm if it had not improved since he had yet to demonstrate it. According to Master, after entering the profound assimilation formation, no matter how useless I am, I'll still be able to improve my fire concept and comprehend the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Hu Fei thought to himself. It's not impossible for me to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. After all, my 7th level intermediate fire concept is only a step away from the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Perhaps my fire concept has already broken through, but since I've just come out of the profound assimilation formation, my senses are a little slow. That should be the case. The moment Hu Fei thought of this, he felt relieved. His furrowed brows began to relax. In his opinion, no matter how useless he was, it was impossible for his fire concept to fail to break through a level while he was in the profound assimilation formation. That was almost impossible. However, Hu Fei did not expect this even in his wildest dreams. However, Duanling Tian's existence could make many things that were impossible in his eyes become possible. Don't tell me this Hu Fei didn't notice? When Duanling Tian saw Hu Fei's furrowed brows relax, he could not help but be stunned. Is his reaction that slow? Let's start with you. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian's thoughts were pulled back by Guochong's voice. In the next instant, he saw Guochong looking at the male disciple from Earth Peak and asking him to demonstrate the concept he had comprehended after breaking through in the profound assimilation formation. This male disciple was the other young disciple from Earth Peak other than Tianjun. Yes, sect leader. The moment the Earth Peak disciple heard Guochong's words, he did not dare to be negligent and responded respectfully. In the next instant, his face turned solemn as a peerless aura exuded from his body. It shot up into the sky as though it could tear everything in the air apart. In the next instant, everyone present on the scene saw a layer of translucent energy suddenly appearing on the surface of the Earth Peak disciple's body. It was a solidified saber energy. The saber energy enveloped the Earth Peak disciple, and enveloped him as though it had transformed into a gigantic saber that was about to shoot up into the sky. Saber concept. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could see the concept that the Earth Peak disciple was demonstrating. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred. Waves of vast heaven and earth energy quickly gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another. There was a total of 70 of them. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. 6th level intermediate saber concept. Tiangu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise, "Good boy. I remember that before you entered the profound assimilation formation, you only comprehended the 4th level intermediate saber concept. With the help of the profound assimilation formation, you actually managed to cross 2 levels and comprehend the 6th level intermediate saber concept." The Earth Peak disciple chuckled before he looked at Tianjun, who was next to him, and said humbly, "Senior brother Tianjun, you must be much more powerful than me. You brat. Are you trying to harm me?" Tianjun laughed as he scolded. "I've only comprehended the 5th level void interpretation concept to begin with. Now that you mention it, won't I be defeated by you if I don't break through to the 7th level void interpretation concept after I demonstrate my concept? Senior brother Tianjun, you must have comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept." The Earth Peak disciple quickly tried to salvage the situation. The conversation between the two of them caused the 5 Peak masters to chuckle. "Tianjun, I'd like to see if you're defeated by him. You demonstrate the concept that you've comprehended now as well." Guochong looked at Tianjun and smiled. "Yes, sect leader," Tianjun responded. Then his expression turned solemn and he started to feel a little uneasy. Although he could clearly sense that his concept had undergone a huge change compared to before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he was certain that his concept had broken through. However, he had no idea how much he had broken through. Only by demonstrating his concept completely and triggering the heaven and earth phenomenon would he be able to confirm the level of the concept that he had comprehended. 10 days ago, during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, The concept that Tianjin demonstrated was the fifth-level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately landed on Tianjin. The others had the same gaze as well. Whoosh! 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 Oh! Chapter 908. Whoosh! As wisps of green wind appeared around Tianjin's body, the heaven and earth energy stirred above his head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gradually appeared. 10, 20, 30. The number was still increasing. In the end it stopped at 80. Seventh-level intermediate wind concept. Everyone was shocked by Tianjin's improvement. After all, the difficulty of advancing from the fifth level of the void interpretation stage to the seventh level of the void interpretation stage was not something that the difficulty of advancing from the fourth level of the void interpretation stage to the sixth level of the void interpretation stage could compare to. After Tianjin confirmed that he had comprehended the seventh level intermediate wind concept, he could not help but sigh in relief. Good, good. Tiangu smiled happily when he saw his son had made such a huge improvement. Congratulations, Peak Master Tiangu. Yufeng looked at Tiangu with a complicated gaze before she forced a smile on her face and congratulated him. Thank you, Peak Master Yufeng. I believe Tan Huan has also comprehended the seventh-level void interpretation concept like my useless son. Tiangu smiled in response. Thank you for your kind words. Yufeng nodded and looked at Tan Huan with anticipation. At this moment, Tan Huan, who noticed Yufeng's gaze, was sweating profusely. She had the same feeling as Tianjin earlier. Although she could faintly sense that the water concept she had comprehended had improved, she was not sure how much it had improved. Tan Huan. When everyone's gaze followed the conversation between Tiangu and Yufeng, they followed Yufeng's gaze and looked at Tan Huan. Guochong also looked at Tan Huan. Yes, sect leader. Tan Huan responded, and strands of water vapor started to suffuse her body. In the end it transformed into waves of blue waves. It was the water concept that she had comprehended. The blue waves wrapped around her body as though they had transformed into a blue light shield that surrounded Tan Huan. At the same time the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred, and eventually gathered into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In the end, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the heaven and earth phenomenon stopped increasing. Seventh-level intermediate water concept. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Tan Huan's head. Tan Huan's progress was the same as Tianjin's. Tan Huan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw she'd comprehended the seventh level of void interpretation concept as well, and she smiled lightly as she looked at Yufeng. Master, disciple was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Yufeng nodded with satisfaction. After Tan Huan, Guochong named another female disciple of Water Peak. This female disciple had also comprehended the water concept. Before she entered the profound assimilation formation, she had only comprehended the third-level intermediate water concept. However, after coming out of the profound assimilation formation, she had already comprehended the fifth-level intermediate water concept. You. Then Guochong called out the other male disciple of Fire Peak other than Hu Fei. The male disciple from Fire Peak was similar to the male disciple from Earth Peak. The void interpretation concept they had comprehended had risen from the fourth level to the sixth level. It was an increase of 2 levels. Hu Fei. Soon Guochong looked at Hu Fei. When Guochong called out Hu Fei, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. A faint smile crept up the corner of his mouth. It was a smile of someone who had succeeded in his scheme. When he was still in the profound assimilation formation, he had used his spiritual energy to control the profound assimilation formation and extracted 1/10 of the 4 types of concept energy that he needed. The spiritual energy that he had fused with the profound assimilation formation was almost completely depleted. At that time, he had used his spiritual energy to do one last thing, and that was to give a simple command to the profound assimilation formation. The content of the command was to prevent Hu Fei from coming into contact with the concept energy that he needed. In other words, other than Duan Lingtian, who had benefited greatly in the profound assimilation formation, the other 8 people had benefited quite a lot. Hu Fei was the only one who did not benefit at all. Moreover, Hu Fei, who was in the state of comprehending concept in the profound assimilation formation, was no different from when he was comprehending outside due to Duan Lingtian's mischief. I'm really looking forward to seeing the expression on Hu Fei's face when he sees that his fire concept has not improved at all. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, and the smile crept up the corner of his mouth even wider. Duan Lingtian, what are you smiling about? Huang Daniu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, happened to see the smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. At the same time, driven by his curiosity, Huang Daniu followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at Hu Fei, who was called out by Guochong. Could it be related to Hu Fei? Huang Daniu's heart skipped a beat. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied through voice transmission. However, Huang Daniu did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes were fixed on Hu Fei. He felt that Duan Lingtian must be hiding something from him. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong with Hu Fei. When Guochong called out Hu Fei, everyone's eyes fell on him, causing him to become the center of attention. Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. In the Five-Element sect, a group of Five-Element sect's disciples secretly gave Hu Fei a nickname, Ingrate. Hu Fei's betrayal of Wood Peak, the master who had saved his life, betrayed the master who had cultivated him, and defected to Fire Peak. Even though 10 years had passed since then, it was still something that the disciples of the Five-Element sect despised. However, even though Hu Fei did not have a good reputation, his innate talent and comprehension ability were well known in the Five-Element sect. He was only second to Gold Peak's Nangong brothers. Peak Master Cha Bai, your Hu Fei is second only to Gold Peak's Nangong brothers among the younger generation in our Five-Element sect. He has already comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. After coming out from the profound assimilation formation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept, right? Yufeng asked Cha Bai with a smile. Peak Master Yufeng, what you said is wrong. Just when a smile appeared on Cha Bai's face and he was about to reply to Yufeng, Tiangu interrupted. What you said is already history. Right now, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu are among the younger generation in our Five-Element sect. Their innate talent is not inferior to Hu Fei at all. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu. The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, Yufeng could not help but be stunned. She then glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu before smiling awkwardly. I've forgotten about them. Cha Bai's face turned grave. Although he did not like Tiangu's words, he could not refute it because it was an indisputable fact. Before Hu Fei entered the profound assimilation formation, the fire concept that he had comprehended was only one step away from the 8th level intermediate fire concept. This time, he must have already comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept when he comes out from the profound assimilation formation. Cha Bai announced loudly just when most of the people's attention had shifted to the conversation between Tiangu and Yufeng. His words were filled with confidence toward Hu Fei. As expected, the moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone's attention shifted to him again. Congratulations, Peak Master Cha Bai. Yufeng congratulated Cha Bai. Congratulations. Guochong and Tiangu congratulated Cha Bai as well. In the next instant, everyone's attention shifted to Hu Fei again. Guochong smiled and said, Hu Fei, let's begin. Hu Fei nodded his head. Immediately, wisps of faint flames appeared around his body and gradually solidified. Wait a minute. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly resonated in the air. It shocked Hu Fei so much that he could not help but shudder. The wisps of flames that had yet to solidify around his body were extinguished immediately. Huh! At once everyone, including Hu Fei, shifted their attention to the source of the voice. There was a young man standing there. He was a young man in purple clothes. Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do? Hu Fei's face turned grave right away. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Initially, when his master said those words that were filled with confidence in him, although he was still a little nervous, he still mustered up his courage and was prepared to show his fire concept. In his opinion, since everyone else had made such great progress, it was impossible for him to be an exception. For this reason, he was very confident that he would be able to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. Although he felt that his fire concept was no different from before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he thought it was because he had just come out of the profound assimilation formation and had yet to adapt to it. Qiyu, is this how you discipline your Wood Peak's disciples? Chabai glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he looked at Qiyu and sneered. Qiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression and ignored Chabai. Duan Lingtian, what's the matter? Guochong frowned. Duan Lingtian's shout earlier was equivalent to interrupting him. He could not help but feel dissatisfied. Sect leader, I'm sorry. I just want to have a word with Peak Master Chabai. If I don't say it, I'll feel uncomfortable. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically at Guochong before he looked at Chabai. At once everyone, including Guochong, shifted their attention to Chabai. All of them were curious about what Duan Lingtian was going to say to Chabai. What are you trying to say? Chabai's face turned grave. Peak Master Chabai, it's like this. I can't stand people bragging in front of me. Earlier you said that Hu Fei has comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept, but I don't believe it. I think you're just bragging. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with hostility. Bragging. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. This Duan Lingtian actually said that Chabai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was bragging? This was the sentence that he would feel uncomfortable if he did not say it out loud? Everyone, including Qiyu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. All they could think was that Duan Lingtian was too bold. No matter what, Chabai was still the Peak Master of Fire Peak. However, right now, Duan Lingtian actually questioned Chabai in front of so many people and even said that Chabai was bragging. Provocation. It was a blatant provocation. How dare you? Chabai's expression changed right away. He could not help but shout angrily. Peak Master Chabai, I can't tolerate even half a grain of sand in my eyes. Please don't blame me if I accidentally said what's on your mind. Chapter 909. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth once again, causing everyone on the scene, other than Chabai and his disciple, to be petrified. What the hell was this Duan Lingtian trying to do? The other 8 5-element sect's young disciples, other than Huang Daniu, who seemed to be deep in thought, and Nangong Chun, who still had a cold expression on his face, all of them, including Nangong Yi, felt their scalps go numb. It was apparent that they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Even Nangong Yi, the direct disciple of the sect leader of 5-element sect, did not have the courage to provoke Chabai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. After being provoked by Duan Lingtian again and again, Chabai, who was enraged instantly, had a layer of frost on his face. His eyes were filled with a chilling coldness as though he was about to devour someone. Peak Master Chabai, don't tell me that you've become angry out of embarrassment? In the face of the enraged Chabai, Duan Lingtian's face remained calm as he said nonchalantly, or perhaps you think that you're not bragging and that I'm slandering you? Aren't you? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chabai could not help but ask with a sneer. Peak Master Chabai, if you think that you're not bragging and that I'm slandering you, then why don't we make a bet? A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes unnoticeably. However, his tone remained calm and indifferent without any emotion. A bet? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Chabai and Hu Fei, was stunned. Why should I make a bet with you? Soon, Chabai glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and said sarcastically, do you think that you're worthy? Haha, looks like you don't dare to do it, Peak Master Chabai. Duan Lingtian laughed out loud. After he stopped laughing, he sneered without any restraint. Do you think that your little provocation will work on me? Chabai was the Peak Master of Fire Peak in 5-element sect. He had lived for half of his life. What kind of situation had he not seen before? With just one sentence he exposed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. His tone was full of disdain. Then what if I bet with you that Hu Fei hasn't even comprehended the 8th level intermediate fire concept? After being exposed, Duan Lingtian did not get angry. Instead, he asked in a pleasant manner. 8th level intermediate concept of fire? Chabai was stunned at first. Then he could not help but burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? This personal disciple of mine, Hu Fei, was only a step away from comprehending the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Now that he's out of the profound assimilation formation, you're saying he hasn't comprehended the 8th level intermediate fire concept? As he spoke, Cha Bai looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face. It was as if he was looking at a big joke. I'll bet with you. If Hu Fei's fire concept has not improved at all and is still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept, then you'll have to give me a 7th level thunder concept fragment. If Hu Fei's fire concept has improved to the 8th level intermediate fire concept or above, then I'll switch my allegiance to you in Fire Peak. On top of that, I'll use the 99 heavenly tribulation to swear that I'll never betray you. What do you think? Duan Lingtian did not answer Cha Bai's question. Instead, he continued to speak nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian's words entered Hu Fei's ears clearly. It made Hu Fei's face change instantly as though he had suddenly thought of something. Don't tell me that my fire concept has not improved at all, just like what I've sensed earlier? Hu Fei's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. But even if that's the case, how did this Duan Lingtian know about it? Hu Fei could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In his opinion, the profound assimilation formation was left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse. How marvelous was it? Almost everyone who entered the profound assimilation formation would be able to obtain great benefits. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to be an exception. Even if he was the exception, how could Duan Lingtian know about it? Duan Lingtian's words did not only enter Hu Fei's ears, but it also entered Cha Bai's ears, Qi Feng's ears, and everyone else's ears as well. Duan Lingtian wanted to make a bet with Cha Bai. He was betting that Hu Fei's fire concept had not improved at all after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. It was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Once Hu Fei made a breakthrough, it would be his loss. If he won, he would obtain a 7th level thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. If he lost, he would lose everything to Cha Bai in Fire Peak. On top of that, he would use the 99 heavenly tribulation to swear that he would never betray them. At once, the entire place burst into an uproar. Other than Qi Yu and Huang Daniu, who were deep in their thoughts, everyone, including Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, could not help but be dumbfounded. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely lose this bet with Cha Bai. Perhaps this Duan Lingtian doesn't want to stay in Wood Peak anymore, and wholeheartedly wants to go to Fire Peak. The bet that he mentioned is just an excuse. It must be that Peak Master Cha Bai has made some kind of promise to this Duan Lingtian to poach him to Fire Peak. He must have been tempted by it as well. However, he's too embarrassed to betray Wood Peak directly. He's afraid that he'll become the second Hu Fei and be spurned by everyone. That's why he chose to go to Fire Peak in such a way. The few 5-element sect's disciples, including Tan Huan and Tian Zhan, could not help but think to themselves. Other than that, they could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to make this bet with Cha Bai. After all, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose this bet. Hu Fei had already comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Let alone the fact that he was only one step away from comprehending the 8th level intermediate fire concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation. Even if he had just comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he would definitely be able to comprehend the 8th level intermediate fire concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, right now, Duan Lingtian actually said that after Hu Fei came out of the profound assimilation formation, his comprehension of the concept was still at the same level and remained at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. This was something that was almost impossible to happen. Only Qi Yu and Huang Daniu were looking at Duan Lingtian from afar, deep in their own thoughts. What's Duan Lingtian trying to do? Look at Hu Fei's face. Don't tell me. Qi Yu was very observant. Very soon, he noticed that something was not right with Hu Fei's face. His heart immediately jolted. The scene before his eyes made him even more certain that Duan Lingtian had deliberately lured Cha Bai into this trap. His purpose was to get the 7th level thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. This little fella could have just told me if he needed the thunder concept fragment. It seems like he doesn't want to owe me a favor. As Qi Yu muttered to himself, he could not help but sigh. Like I said, Duan Lingtian, this fella's smile just now was a little strange. As expected, there's something fishy going on. Huang Daniu stared at Duan Lingtian as a smug smile crept up the corner of his mouth. It was an expression that said, "Brother Niu, I've already seen through you. Why, you're telling the truth?" Cha Bai was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. After a while, he finally regained his senses and stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes as he asked loudly. He had to admit that he was very dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian before this. However, that was because Duan Lingtian had humiliated his direct disciple, Hu Fei. If Duan Lingtian was a disciple of Fire Peak, even if Duan Lingtian had really humiliated his direct disciple, Hu Fei, he would not resent Duan Lingtian at all. He would only be glad that his Fire Peak had a genius disciple who was even more outstanding than his direct disciple. However, Duan Lingtian had said that as long as his direct disciple, Hu Fei, had comprehended at least the 8th level of the intermediate fire concept, he would switch over and join Fire Peak. On top of that, he was willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would never betray Fire Peak. For a moment he was completely overwhelmed by joy. He did not even have the time to think about why Duan Lingtian would propose such a ridiculous bet. He did not even hesitate to bet his entire life on a 7th level thunder concept fragment. At this moment he only knew that he would definitely win. Duan Lingtian would also switch over to Fire Peak. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian had considered this that he decided to use himself as the wager. That's right. I wonder if Peak Master Cha Bai would dare to make this bet with me? In the face of Cha Bai's loud question, Duan Lingtian nodded his head before asking back with a doubtful look on his face. Since you have the intention to switch over to Fire Peak, why would I reject you? Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured. As long as you switch over to Fire Peak, Hu Fei and I will bury the hatchet between us and forget about the past. Not only that, I guarantee that Fire Peak will definitely not treat you unfairly. Cha Bai, who was so excited that he could not even find his bearings, said with a smile. It was obvious that Cha Bai had agreed to Duan Lingtian's bet. All right. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. His smile was very bright. Wait a minute. At this moment, Cha Bai's face turned tense as he suddenly cried out in surprise. Huh. Duan Lingtian frowned. Could it be that Cha Bai had finally realized what was going on? Or perhaps Hu Fei had already realized what was going on and told him everything, causing him to have the thought of going back on his word? Very soon, Duan Lingtian realized that he had thought too much. Sect leader, about the bet between Duan Lingtian and I. Please be our witness. In his excitement, Cha Bai did not forget to ask Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, to be his witness. Naturally, the reason he did this was not because he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. Instead, he was afraid that Qi Yu would intervene after the matter was over. He knew Qi Yu's strength very well. He was far from being a match for him. Chapter 9-10. Cha Bai could be said to be burning with anxiety right now. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would regret making that bet if Hu Fei showed his fire concept any later. Once Duan Lingtian went back on his word, their Fire Peak would lose a monstrous disciple who could make Fire Peak the first peak of the 5-element sect 3 years later. Yes, yes. Hu Fei suddenly heard Cha Bai's exclamation. He was so shocked that he shuddered. His mind was in a complete mess. He did not have time to think about anything else. He hurriedly nodded his head, not daring to hesitate at all. At the same time, wisps of flames gradually solidified on his body. They rose up and shrouded his entire body, making him look like a fire god. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy began to stir in the sky. The heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified into form. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared before the eyes of the crowd. At once everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stared at the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian is definitely going to lose this bet. This was what most of the people were thinking at this moment. Although the bet was initiated by Duan Lingtian, they did not think that Duan Lingtian would win. Most of them thought that Duan Lingtian was persuaded by Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, to leave Wood Peak and join Fire Peak. As for the bet, it was just a cover to fool the crowd. Only a few of them were deep in thought. First of all, it was naturally Qi Yu and Huang Daniu. Secondly, it was Guochong, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, and his direct disciple Nangong Chan. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was obvious that things were not that simple. Very soon, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Hu Fei's head began to solidify. The number was still increasing. 10, 20, 30. Not long after, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons stopped increasing. One by one, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons spiraled down and entered the eyes of the crowd. Most of the people narrowed their eyes as they stared at the silhouette of the ancient horned dragon in shock. Some people even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They couldn't help but rub their eyes. After a while, they confirmed that they hadn't seen wrongly. 80 ancient horned dragons' strength? Tianjun looked at the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and muttered, "It's really the 7th level intermediate fire concept. However, how is this possible? 7th level intermediate concept of fire." It was the concept Hu Fei was currently displaying. It was no different from the concept he had before he entered the profound assimilation formation. In other words, there was no change in Hu Fei's appearance when he entered the profound assimilation formation. He didn't obtain even the slightest benefit. What happened? Whether it was Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Yufang, the Peak Master of Water Peak, or Nangong Yi, all of the young talents had a confused expression on their faces. In their opinion, this was something that was impossible. However, the scene in front of them continued to shock their visual nerves, constantly telling them that everything was real. Peak Master Cha Bai lost? All of a sudden someone whispered. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was especially ear-piercing in this deathly silent atmosphere. "It's you. Duan Lingtian, you did this. What did you do to me?" All of a sudden, a hysterical roar resonated in the air, causing everyone to snap back to their senses. It was Hu Fei who had completely regained his senses. He retracted his gaze from the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and glared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was going to fight Duan Lingtian to the death. In the beginning, when he came out of the profound assimilation formation, he already felt that something was amiss. At that time, he tried to sense his fire concept. In the end, he realized that his fire concept did not seem to have any difference compared to before he entered the profound assimilation formation. He was puzzled for a while. He thought it was because he had just come out of the profound assimilation formation and could not clearly sense the changes in his fire concept. However, when he saw that Tianjun, Tan Huan, and the others had raised their concepts by 2 levels, he was completely relieved. In his opinion, if the others had raised their concepts, it was impossible that he did not. However, when sect leader Guochong asked him to show his concepts, Duan Lingtian stopped him and even mocked his master for bragging. He even made a bet with his master. He bet that his fire concept did not raise at all, and it was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. At that time, he could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would say that his concept did not have a breakthrough. Coupled with his own senses, he could not help but feel a little guilty. Subsequently, after he was distracted, he was shocked to the point of being out of his wits by his master's shout, and he hurriedly displayed his fire concept. When he saw that he was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept, he was stunned. He was stunned. He was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? The first person he thought of when he regained his senses was Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, all of this must be Duan Lingtian's doing. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be so sure that he did not make any progress in the profound assimilation formation? Don't tell me that it's really Duan Lingtian? Seeing how Hu Fei was shouting at Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They had clearly heard the bet that Duan Lingtian made with Cha Bai earlier. Based on his words, it was as though he had confirmed that Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any breakthrough before and after he entered the profound assimilation formation. When they first heard that Duan Lingtian had made such a bizarre bet, most of them thought that Duan Lingtian did it on purpose. They thought that he wanted to use this as an excuse to switch to Fire Peak and become Cha Bai's disciple. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not have such intentions at all. This was because Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any improvement after he entered the profound assimilation formation. He was still at the same spot. At this moment they recalled what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. All they could think of was that it was a divine prophecy. When they heard Hu Fei shout, the first thought that popped up in their minds was that Duan Lingtian must have done something to Hu Fei in the profound assimilation formation, preventing Hu Fei from using the concept energy to comprehend the higher level of fire concept. Duan Lingtian, what did you do to Hu Fei? Chabai's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. As the peak master of Fire Peak in the Five Elements sect, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss. On top of that, he was defeated by a young man who was not even 30 years old yet. This made him feel ashamed and angry from the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian right away. However, when he realized that Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, had locked onto him, he knew that he would not be able to touch Duan Lingtian even if he were to risk his life. For this reason, he could only try his best to suppress the endless anger in his heart. What can I do to him? In the face of Chabai's inquiry and the gazes that were filled with doubt, Duan Lingtian replied calmly, Peak Master Chabai, everything needs to be based on evidence. You please don't slander me. Duan Lingtian's words enraged Chabai as he said angrily, if you didn't do it, how did you know that Hu Fei's fire concept did not improve at all after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? Chabai's words made the crowd nod their heads secretly. That was right. It was already considered strange that Hu Fei's concept did not improve after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, what was even stranger was that Duan Lingtian actually knew that Hu Fei's concept did not improve at all. When these two things were put together, it made people's imagination run wild. Peak Master Chabai, don't tell me that you're regretting the bet you made with me? You're the one who personally asked the sect leader to witness the bet. You won't deny it, right? Duan Lingtian did not reply to Chabai. Instead, he changed the topic and said nonchalantly, of course I'll admit to the bet. However, no matter what, you must give Hu Fei, me, and Fire Peak an explanation for this matter no matter what. Chabai said in a deep voice as his eyes turned sharp. When he reached the end of his sentence, he even used the entire Fire Peak to pressure Duan Lingtian. Since Peak Master Chabai is willing to admit to the bet, then that's for the best. However, I really don't trust your character. How about this? Why don't you give me the 7th level Thunder concept fragment first? I'll give you an explanation after that. What do you think? Duan Lingtian grinned and said unhurriedly, You! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chabai flew into a rage. He had the urge to attack Duan Lingtian right away. In the end, he did not make his move because he was afraid of Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. I hope that you can give me a satisfactory explanation. Chabai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. At the same time, he lifted his hand and threw a purple fragment straight at Duan Lingtian. 7th level Thunder concept fragment. After catching the fragment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He had comprehended a total of 4 types of concepts, and he also had concept fragments that corresponded to the 4 types of concepts in his hands. However, among all the concept fragments, the Thunder concept fragment was the lowest level. That Thunder concept fragment was obtained after he killed the strongest powerhouse in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, by Nan Xiang, with the talisman that his cheapskate father left behind. It was only a 1st level Thunder concept fragment. Earlier he had the intention of exchanging it for a Thunder concept fragment. That was why he made such a bet with Chabai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and obtained a high-level Thunder concept fragment from Chabai. Now that he had obtained the 7th level Thunder concept fragment, Duan Lingtian was delighted. Duan Lingtian, I've already given you the bet. Now you must give me and Hu Fei an explanation. You must give Fire Peak an explanation. Chapter 9:11. The moment Chabai's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Hu Fei stood still on the spot as his body began to tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with a ferocious blood-red color. A bone-piercing hatred could be seen as he glared at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was hibernating in the dark. He could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. Don't worry, Peak Master Cha Bai. Since I've said that I'll give you an explanation, then I'll definitely give you an explanation. After Duan Lingtian kept the 7th level Thunder concept fragment, he took a deep look at Cha Bai and smiled. However, I still have to thank you for giving me this concept fragment, Peak Master Cha Bai. Cha Bai's face turned solemn when Duan Lingtian exposed his scar. He snorted coldly, cut the crap. I'd like to see. How are you going to explain this to me? Peak Master Cha Bai, what you want me to explain is, how did I know that your trash of a disciple's concept did not make any progress? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Fei as he spoke. There was no lack of provocation in his words. Hu Fei, who had long vented all his anger on Duan Lingtian because his fire concept did not make any progress, had a drastic change in his expression when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him trash. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. At the same time, Hu Fei could no longer hold it in. He let out a hysterical roar and flew towards Duan Lingtian. Like a venomous snake that had been hibernating in the dark, he opened his mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! When Hu Fei flew out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. After it merged with his 7th level intermediate fire concept, it turned into a flame that soared into the sky and shrouded his entire body. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a giant flaming beast. He opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Above the void, the power of heaven and earth stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon took shape. A total of 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons followed Hu Fei and pounced on Duan Lingtian rapidly. The momentum was extremely vast. It was as though Hu Fei had transformed into a flaming beast that carried the strength of 180 ancient horned dragons. Wherever he passed by, the sound of air explosions rose and fell continuously, setting off waves of terrifying air waves. A strong wind swept out along with the air waves, blowing away all the decorations in the palace. Some murals even left the walls and fell to the ground. Die! Hu Fei, who had transformed into a giant flaming beast, arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in an instant. He let out a hysterical roar and punched out like a falling meteor. A fist wrapped in flames smashed towards Duan Lingtian. It was as if a giant flaming beast had slapped out mercilessly. With the power of this punch, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he didn't die. Hu Fei. Horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. He did not expect Hu Fei to attack Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate ability was so powerful that he could easily toy with Hu Fei and the Gold Peak's Nangong brothers. If Hu Fei were to attack him now, would he not be looking for trouble? Everyone present, including Cha Bai, thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to confuse Hu Fei. However, Duan Lingtian's action was beyond everyone's expectation. Faced with Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not dodge at all. Instead, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. The boundless origin energy swiftly transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that were like violet snakes of lightning, and they coiled around his body, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. Boom! 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 The continuous low rumbling of thunder clapped together with the bolts of lightning that twined around Duan Lingtian's body. The continuous rumbling of thunder was extremely intimidating. Boom! An ear-shattering sound of thunder resonated in the entire palace in an instant, causing the 3 young disciples from Water, Fire and Earth Peak who had a lower cultivation base to have a change of expression. They quickly covered their ears with their hands. Then everyone saw it again. In the face of Hu Fei's menacing punch that was filled with boundless flames, Duan Lingtian threw a punch as well. He did not dodge at all as he went up to meet the punch head-on. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Hu Fei head-on. When Duan Lingtian threw a punch, bolts of purple lightning could be seen dancing around his fist. They intertwined to form a net of electricity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's fist and Hu Fei's fist finally collided. Bang! The fist that was twined with bolts of purple lightning that twined around it, and the fist that was twined with blazing flames that looked like fire snakes collided with each other, creating a loud and terrifying sound. Not only that, boom! 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 At the moment when Duanling Tian and Hu Fei's fists collided, the bolts of purple lightning collided with the strands of blazing flames in just a blink of an eye. A series of terrifying air explosions were heard. After the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, a terrifying gust of wind swept out in all directions from where Duanling Tian and Hu Fei were standing. On the floor beneath their feet, countless cracks spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye they had engulfed the entire palace, forming a gigantic spider web. Not only that, the tremors on the floor shattered many of the windows on both sides of the palace. The pillars in the palace trembled as if they would collapse at any time. However, no one was paying attention to all of this. Everyone present was staring intently at the two young men who were fighting head-on. Their robes were bulging, their hair bands were broken, and their long hair was flying in the air. Boom! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bolts of purple lightning intertwined with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms. Then they suppressed the blazing flames in one fell swoop, crushing them. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. In the next moment, everyone saw Duanling Tian's body leaning forward abruptly. His fist was covered with intertwined bolts of purple lightning, crushing the flames on Hu Fei's fist as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. As the sound of bones cracking could be heard, Hu Fei let out a painful groan. Then, as if he was pushed by a huge force, he flew out like an arrow released from a bow and slammed into the wall of the palace. Boom! With a loud bang, Hu Fei's body brushed against the wall and fell to the ground. His body was curled up in pain, trembling. Wah! Wah wah! Hu Fei spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood in a row. The blood formed a scarlet stream around him. It was a ghastly sight. This feeling is pretty good. Just when the entire place was in a dead silence, a faint voice could be heard all of a sudden. It was Duanling Tian who had sent Hu Fei flying with a punch. After the intertwined bolts of lightning on his fist disappeared, he stretched his arm gently and muttered to himself. At once, everyone present was petrified. Pretty good. When everyone regained their senses other than Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, whose expression had changed drastically as he flew toward Hu Fei to check on his injuries, the rest of the people had their eyes fixed on Duanling Tian. Good lad. Chi Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at Duanling Tian with a surprised expression. When he saw Hu Fei attacking Duanling Tian earlier, he initially thought that Duanling Tian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to deal with Hu Fei. It had never crossed his mind that not only did Duanling Tian not use his innate ability, but he also did not dodge at all. Instead, he met Hu Fei's punch head-on and sent Hu Fei flying with just one punch. Duanling Tian's cultivation base was similar to Hu Fei's. Both of them were at the 7th level void interpretation. However, the concepts that both of them had comprehended were not at the same level at all. Hu Fei had comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Since the thunder concept that Duanling Tian cast earlier could completely crush Hu Fei, it was at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. It might even be at the 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Duanling Tian, you actually managed to comprehend such a powerful thunder concept? Huang Danyu's eyes were wide open as he stared at Duanling Tian in a daze. He was completely shocked by the strength that Duanling Tian had displayed earlier. That punch was like the god of thunder. It instantly sent Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly, flying away. Duanling Tian's attack was clean and efficient. Even the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head did not have the time to solidify. It's at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. Guochong narrowed his eyes. When he looked at Duanling Tian, a hint of surprise could be seen on his face. Duanling Tian was a Wood Peak disciple. He was a variant who possessed an innate ability. His cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation, and he had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. This was his understanding of Duanling Tian before today. In Guochong's opinion before today, Duanling Tian's strength relied more on his innate ability. If it was not for his innate ability, let alone his two direct disciples, Duanling Tian would not even be comparable to Duanling Tian's Fire Peak's Hu Fei. However, today Duanling Tian had given him a huge shock. He did not use his innate ability. With just a punch, he managed to send Hu Fei, who had made the first move and had the upper hand, flying away in a clean and efficient manner without any hesitation at all. As it turns out, this Duanling Tian has not only comprehended the wind concept, but he has also comprehended the thunder concept as well. His third-level intermediate wind concept is just a weaker concept that he has comprehended. The intermediate lightning concept that he comprehended at the 8th level and above is his true trump card. Tiangu sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured, "I can't believe I thought his strongest concept was the third-level intermediate wind concept." Now, it seems like he must have raised his thunder concept when he entered the profound assimilation formation this time. Yu Feng took a deep breath. In other words, his intermediate thunder concept was already at the 6th or 7th level before he entered the profound assimilation formation. This was because when Duanling Tian had just arrived at the 5-element sexwood peak, he had demonstrated his wind concept. Chapter 9:12. While Tiangu and Yu Feng were still in shock, the other 5-element sect's young disciples were stunned as well. Duanling Tian is so powerful. Initially, I thought he's only good at using his innate ability. I can't believe that he's so powerful even without using his innate ability. In the past, I only heard that he has comprehended the third-level intermediate wind concept. Now it seems like he's hiding it very well. The thunder concept that he has comprehended is able to help him send Hu Fei flying with just one punch. It must be at least the 8th-level intermediate thunder concept. It might even be the 9th-level intermediate thunder concept. The young disciples, including Tianzhan and Tan Huan, looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of dread in their eyes. This Duanling Tian has actually comprehended such a powerful thunder concept? Nangongyi raised his eyebrows as his face turned slightly solemn. If he uses his thunder concept and third-level intermediate wind concept, even if he doesn't use his innate ability, unless I've comprehended the first-level advanced water concept, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. At this moment, Nangongyi could feel a heavy pressure weighing down on him. Although he could clearly sense that his water concept had undergone a great change after he came out of the profound assimilation formation, he had no idea how much it had improved. Only by displaying it would he be able to know exactly what level his water concept had risen to. However, he was certain that it was at least the 9th-level intermediate water concept. Or perhaps it was the first-level advanced water concept, which was also the void transformation concept. Nangongchan stood next to Nangongyi. His eyes were fixed on Duanling Tian as a strong battle intent rose in his eyes. It was as though he could not wait to fight 300 rounds with Duanling Tian. In the distance, at the corner of the palace, Hu Fei's injuries gradually recovered after Cha Bai fed him a healing medicinal pill. Hu Fei's face was extremely grave. When he inadvertently glanced at the purple figure in the distance, besides the bone-piercing hatred, there was also a trace of fear that came from the bottom of his heart. If he was defeated by Duanling Tian's innate ability today, he could only accept it. This was because this was not the first time he had suffered under Duanling Tian's innate ability. However, today, he had been defeated by Duanling Tian in a direct confrontation. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he had made the first move and gained the initiative. For a moment, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. At the same time, endless resentment rose in his heart. If it wasn't for this Duanling Tian tampering with the profound assimilation formation, I would have comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept long ago. If I had comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept, why would I be afraid of him? Thinking of this, Hu Fei's hatred for Duanling Tian deepened. In his heart, he was almost certain that Duanling Tian had done something to the profound assimilation formation. That was why his fire concept did not improve at all. In his opinion, if Duanling Tian did not tamper with the formation, he would not have been defeated by Duanling Tian. For this reason, he was filled with hatred. He hated Duanling Tian. He hated that he could not tear Duanling Tian into a million pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Master. Hu Fei lifted his head and looked at Cha Bai, who was just inches away from him. His eyes turned red as tears welled up in his eyes. With a trembling voice he said, "You must seek justice for me. It's Duanling Tian." He's the one who destroyed me and prevented me from comprehending the 9th-level intermediate fire concept in the profound assimilation formation. When Hu Fei reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with intense hatred. Don't worry. Cha Bai nodded his head with a gloomy expression. Even if Hu Fei did not say anything, he would not let Duan Lingtian go so easily. First, Duan Lingtian had humiliated his direct disciple during the Battle of the Five Peaks. Then, he had caused his direct disciple to end up empty-handed in the profound assimilation formation. Not only that, he had even cheated him of a 7th-level thunder concept fragment. And now, he even injured his direct disciple severely. This was a provocation. A blatant provocation. Ever since he became the peak master of Fire Peak in the Five-Element sect, this was the first time he, Cha Bai, was provoked like this. Duan Lingtian. Cha Bai walked up to Duan Lingtian slowly. His eyes were gleaming with coldness. Now, you can explain to me how you know Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation? Or perhaps, you've done something that caused Hu Fei to gain nothing in the profound assimilation formation. When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, there was a bone-chilling coldness in his tone. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone, including Qiyu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. In fact, they were also very curious about what Cha Bai had just said. Hu Fei had gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation. Nobody, including Hu Fei himself, knew about this matter beforehand. However, Duan Lingtian was able to reveal it as though he was a prophet. Peak Master Cha Bai, if you say that, you think too highly of me. Do you really think that a young brat like me would be able to tamper with the profound assimilation formation left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse? Duan Lingtian shook his head. The way he looked at Cha Bai was as though he was looking at an idiot. Humph! Cha Bai snorted coldly. Stop trying to twist the truth. If you didn't tamper with it, how can you be so sure that Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation? Or perhaps you're going to tell me that you're able to see through the level of the fire concept that Hu Fei has comprehended before he even displayed it. When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile could be seen on his face. Peak Master Cha Bai, I can answer your question right now. Duan Lingtian was not bothered by the mocking smile that appeared on Cha Bai's face. The moment his words left his mouth, his gaze landed on Nangongyi, who was not far away. Nangongyi, can you do me a favor? When Nangongyi saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he felt a little strange. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but nod his head. Go ahead. He did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. Now, show your water concept that has undergone a transformation. You only need to show it a little. Remember to put it away before you trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian told Nangongyi. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Some of them could vaguely guess what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. However, they could not be certain at the moment since it was just too unbelievable. Nangongyi was one of them as well. Interesting. Interesting. Nangongyi smiled and took a step forward. Speaking of which, after I came out of the profound assimilation formation, I don't even know how much my water concept has improved. I'm very curious if there's really someone who can tell to what extent my water concept has risen to before I can trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon when I slightly display my water concept. The moment his words left his mouth, the air around Nangongyi began to tremble slightly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Soon after, wisps of faint mist rose in the air and twirled around Nangongyi's body, rolling and rising continuously. It's done. As soon as the mist appeared, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. That's it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nangongyi immediately withdrew his water concept and asked in astonishment. In fact, he was merely accumulating his strength earlier. He did not even have the time to fully display his water concept. The heaven and earth energy did not even have the time to react. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Cha Bai and asked calmly, Peak Master Cha Bai, can you tell how much Nangongyi's water concept has improved after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai could not help but chuckle. Don't tell me you can tell? It was obvious that Cha Bai was admitting that he could not tell. That's right, I can tell. Under Cha Bai's stunned gaze, Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Nangong Yi and said with a smile, Nangong Yi, your water concept has improved to the 9th level intermediate stage. 9th level intermediate stage. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone, including Cha Bai and Hu Fei, shifted their attention to Nangong Yi. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Show your water concept. Let's see if Duan Lingtian is right or not. Guochong said to Nangong Yi. At this moment even he, the sect leader of 5 Elements sect, could not help but feel astonished. This was his first time hearing that someone could see through another person's concept under such circumstances. Yes, master. Upon hearing Guochong's words, Nangong Yi did not dare to slack off. The air around his body began to tremble again as wisps of mist appeared. In the end, it transformed into a vast blue wave that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form above Nangong Yi's head. In the end, it transformed into 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. With just his concept alone, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the 9th level void interpretation concept. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Tianjun could not help but exclaim out loud. After he retracted his gaze from the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, he immediately shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Nangong Yi sighed. He seemed to be a little disappointed and discouraged. It was apparent that his goal was the void transformation concept. However, Nangong Yi quickly regained his senses. Together with the others, he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he could not help but ask curiously, Duan Lingtian, how did you see through it? Other than Cha Bai and Hu Fei, whose face was slightly gloomy, the rest of them also had a hint of doubt on their faces. I'll tell you about this later. Duan Lingtian smiled before he looked at Cha Bai. Peak Master Cha Bai, are you satisfied with my explanation? When Hu Fei slightly displayed his fire concept, I could see that his fire concept did not change at all. Duan Lingtian replied, Humph! Who doesn't know that Nangong Yi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate water concept or the 1st level advanced water concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? You must be guessing. Chapter 9:13. A blind guess. Cha Bai's words stunned Duan Lingtian for a moment. Then he could not help but burst out laughing. At this time he also noticed that the moment Cha Bai opened his mouth, more than half of the people present on the scene changed their gaze when they looked at him. It was apparent that they were all swayed by Cha Bai's words. No matter if you say that Nangong Yi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate wind concept or the 1st level advanced wind concept, you still have a 50% chance of getting it right. Cha Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. In my opinion, you're just lucky. Look at me. All of a sudden, a cold voice resonated and suppressed Cha Bai's laughter. It was Nangong Chen, who had been standing at the side. He took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian before he opened his mouth. The moment Nangong Chen's words left his mouth, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to him, causing him to become the center of attention. I wonder if Senior Brother Chen has comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept or the 1st level advanced Earth concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. Earlier, Peak Master Cha Bai said that Duan Lingtian was actually just guessing when he saw Senior Brother Yi's concept. I wonder if Duan Lingtian can get it right this time. The few young 5 Element sect's disciples, including Tianjun and Tan Huan, kept shifting their gazes between Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen. Duan Lingtian. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with confidence as he said loudly, if you can see the concept that Nangong Chen has comprehended, and Peak Master Cha Bai still says that you're just guessing, then take a look at mine. The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. Was it not obvious that he was deliberately slandering him? Let's wait until he can see the concept that Nangong-chan has comprehended first. Chabai sneered. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu. Then, he looked at Nangong-chan and said, "You may begin." Nangong-chan nodded. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet trembled. An earthen yellow energy rose up around his body, giving off a vast and boundless aura. "It's done," Duan Lingtian said. When Nangong-chan heard this, he put away the concept of earth that had yet to activate the power of heaven and earth. "Congratulations! You've already comprehended the first-level advanced earth concept." Duan Lingtian congratulated Nangong-chan. With his current spiritual power, as long as someone released the aura of Intent Realm, with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Emperor Wu could easily identify the level of that person's Intent Realm, just like how he could use his spiritual power to probe the cultivation of many people. First-level advanced earth concept. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, was the first one to react. He looked at Nangong-chan with a burning gaze. "Chan, are you?" Before he could finish his words, the earth concept around Nangong-chan's body had already risen. The earthen yellow energy continued to rise until it reached its limit. Whoosh! The power of heaven and earth stirred in the sky and soon, it gathered into a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. With just the concept alone, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to form 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the first-level void transformation concept. It's really the first-level advanced earth concept. Senior Brother Chan is so powerful. After coming out of the profound assimilation formation, he has already leveled up by 2 levels and comprehended the first-level advanced earth concept in one go. With Senior Brother Chen's current strength, he's already considered terrifying even if he doesn't borrow the power of heaven and earth. How terrifying would he be if he borrows the power of heaven and earth? Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, was the first to exclaim in surprise. Subsequently, the group of young disciples could not help but whisper among themselves. They had one thing in common. Their faces were all filled with shock. "Haha, good, good." Guochong could not help but laugh out loud when he saw his direct disciple had made such a huge improvement after entering the profound assimilation formation just once. Nangong-chen's face was still cold. However, Duan Lingtian could see that there was a hint of surprise in the depth of Nangong-chen's eyes. It was apparent that Nangong-chan was not cold on the outside but cold on the inside. "Congratulations, sect leader." At this moment, Tiangu and Yufeng smiled as they congratulated Guochong. Sai, Nangong-yi, who was standing by the side, glanced at Nangong-chan and could not help but sigh. Not only were he and Nangong-chan twins, but they were also born rivals. Since they were young, he had always competed with Nangong-chan. However, he had always lost more than he won. It had always been like this. It was like a curse that was difficult to break. "Chabai, don't tell me you still think that Duan Lingtian is just blindly guessing?" Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, asked with a sneer on his face after he shifted his gaze away from Nangong-chan and looked at Chabai. Chiyu's voice was not loud, but it entered the ears of everyone present. At once, everyone's eyes shifted to Chabai. Chabai's face turned slightly grave. Was Duan Lingtian really just blindly guessing? When Duan Lingtian saw the specific level of the concept that Nangong-yi had comprehended, he did think that Duan Lingtian was just blindly guessing. However, he was a little uncertain right now. However, at this point in time, could he show his uneasiness? "Humph." Chabai glanced at Chiyu nonchalantly and snorted. "Chiyu, you're right. Even until now, I still think that he's just blindly guessing. It's not strange for him to get 2 guesses in a row. What if it's 3 guesses? Huang Daniu, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. He glanced at Chabai in disdain and sneered. We'll have to wait until he sees through your current concept. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of Chabai's eyes. However, his face remained calm as he replied nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian. Huang Daniu did not waste any time as he looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. However, he was not in a hurry to ask Huang Daniu to display his earth concept. Instead, he looked at Cha Bai and said coldly, "Peak Master Cha Bai, before I see through the specific level of Duan Lingtian's concept, I want to confirm one thing. If I can see through the specific level of Duan Lingtian's concept, does that mean that I don't have to explain to you anymore?" Duan Lingtian emphasized the word explain. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. As long as you can see the specific level of Huang Danyu's concept after he comes out of the profound assimilation formation, and you only need to see the concept of another Fire Peak disciple that I brought from Fire Peak, you don't have to explain anything to me anymore. You don't have to explain to me anymore. Cha Bai said nonchalantly with a gleam in his eyes. Very well. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Since the sect leader is here as well, I believe that you, the dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not lie to me. Humph. Cha Bai snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Danyu, let's begin. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Danyu. Huang Danyu also displayed his earth concept in a timely manner. Of course, the moment he displayed it, he immediately retracted it. The heaven and earth energy was not triggered, let alone forming a heaven and earth phenomenon. Haha, Danyu, you're really a monster. When Duan Lingtian retracted the earth concept that Huang Danyu had slightly displayed, everyone present had their eyes fixed on him. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but burst out laughing. What's wrong? Huang Danyu's eyes lit up immediately. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he said excitedly, "Don't tell me that Brother Nyo has really comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept? If that's really the case, Brother Nyo will be the first genius to raise his concept by 3 levels after coming out of the profound assimilation formation." Before Huang Danyu entered the profound assimilation formation, he had only comprehended the 6th level earth concept. This was not a secret. Everyone present knew about it. The moment Huang Danyu's words left his mouth, Cha Bai had already sneered out loud, "Raise your concept by 3 levels? Are you daydreaming?" Just when Huang Danyu was glaring at Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. "Danyu, since someone thinks that you're daydreaming, why don't you show him how your daydream will turn into reality? I'm very curious to see what kind of expression he'll have when that time comes. If he really has comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept, I won't look for any other Fire Peak's disciple anymore. You Duan Lingtian won't have to explain things to me anymore." Cha Bai sneered. No matter what, he did not believe that Huang Danyu would be able to raise his 6th level intermediate earth concept to the 9th level intermediate earth concept just by entering the profound assimilation formation once. "You're the one who said it." Upon hearing Cha Bai's words, Duan Lingtian smiled before looking at Huang Danyu. "Danyu, let Peak Master Cha Bai have a good look at your earth concept after it has transformed." Haha, alright. Huang Danyu laughed out loud. He had unconditional trust in Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian had said that he had comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept, then he must have definitely comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, waves of khaki energy began to swirl around Huang Danyu's body, emitting waves of vast and majestic aura that continued to rise. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy began to swirl, and eventually gathered into a heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It's really the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Tiangu could not help but exclaim out loud. At this moment, other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu, Qiyu was the only one who was calm. It was as though he had long believed in the words that Duan Lingtian had said earlier. The rest of the people stared at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Huang Danyu's head. Most of them were dumbstruck as though they had just seen something unbelievable. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was the first one who was shocked. Impossible. Impossible. How is this possible? Cha Bai kept shaking his head. He could not believe that everything that was happening before his eyes was real. Danyu, looks like you've snatched Hu Fei's good fortune in the profound assimilation formation. That Hu Fei didn't even get a single thing when he entered and exited the profound assimilation formation. You, on the other hand, managed to raise your earth concept by 3 levels. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was exceptionally bright. Chapter 9:14. This means that the profound assimilation formation knows its stuff. It knows that I, Brother Nyo, have great potential. As for Hu Fei, he's just an ingrate. I don't think the profound assimilation formation would even take a fancy to him. Huang Daniu grinned. When his gaze landed on Hu Fei, it became even colder. Barf! Hu Fei had just wiped away the blood stains on the corner of his mouth. The moment he heard Huang Daniu's words, he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale right now. Huang Daniu, you're seeking death. Cha Bai's expression changed right away. A majestic aura swept out from his body and pressed down on Huang Daniu. However, before his aura could even get close to Huang Daniu, it was already dispersed. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Huang Daniu. It was none other than Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Bang! The moment Duan Lingtian saw Qiyu appearing in front of Huang Daniu, a loud sound resonated in his ears. In the next instant he saw Cha Bai was sent flying out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He crashed through the wall of the palace and disappeared before his eyes. A huge hole appeared on the wall. Qiyu! Soon after, a furious roar resonated from behind the hole. Cha Bai returned to the palace with his face covered in dust. He glared at Qiyu angrily, but he did not dare to make any move. Scram! When Qiyu saw that Cha Bai still dared to return, he glared at him furiously. It was as though he had transformed into a glaring King Kong. Cha Bai's face turned grave. In the end he clenched his teeth and left the palace with Hu Fei and the other Fire Peak's disciple, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian, what level is your thunder concept now? Why don't you show it to us? Guochong looked at Duan Lingtian. As for what happened just now, it was as though he did not see it at all. Or rather, he had completely ignored it. Upon hearing Guochong's words, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Among the 10 young talents who came out from the profound assimilation formation, other than Hu Fei who did not make any progress at all, Huang Daniu and Nangong Chun had made great progress as well. Before Huang Daniu entered, he had comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. After he came out, he had already comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel shocked by this. Huang Daniu's improvement was beyond his expectations. Perhaps it's because Dania's physique is more suitable for the earth concept. Therefore, his comprehension ability in the earth concept is far from what ordinary people can compare to. This was the only answer that Duan Lingtian obtained after searching through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes. Nangong Chun had comprehended the 8th level intermediate earth concept before he entered. After he exited, he comprehended the 1st level advanced earth concept. Although his earth concept had only risen by 2 levels, the increase in strength was far from what Huang Daniu could compare to. What a joke! The 1st level advanced earth concept was an entire 100 ancient horn dragons worth of strength, more than the 9th level intermediate earth concept. The two were not on the same level at all. However, at this moment, whether it was Huang Daniu or Nangong Chun, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Looks like I have no choice but to display it today. When Duan Lingtian saw the situation before him, he could not help but smile wryly to himself. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the air around Duan Lingtian's body suddenly rippled before thunderbolts that resembled purple electric snakes appeared one after another. They were solidified thunderbolts. More and more thunderbolts appeared as they collided with each other, emitting a series of muffled thunderclaps. It was the thunder concept. Boom! 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 A series of muffled thunderclaps reverberated in the air. The purple thunderbolts that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body formed a net of electricity that enveloped his entire body. It made Duan Lingtian look as though he had transformed into a thunder god. The descent of the thunder god shook the world. Whoosh! In the air above Duan Lingtian's head, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually formed. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another and entered everyone's eyes. 10 of them, 20 of them, 30 of them. The number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons was still increasing. Soon after, it finally came to a stop and stopped increasing. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Huang Daniu could not help but exclaim out loud when he saw the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the air. Ninth level intermediate thunder concept. At once, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian again. In the depth of their eyes, there was only astonishment. The purple-clad young man in front of them looked like he was only around 25 years old. His actual age was not more than 30 years old. A martial artist who was not even 30 years old had already comprehended the ninth-level void interpretation concept. Although he had the help of the profound assimilation formation with such a comprehension ability, let alone a third-rate sect like the Five-Element sect, he could be considered as having a good innate talent even if he was in a second-rate sect or even a first-rate sect. I can't believe that not only does Duan Lingtian have an unfathomable innate ability, but even his comprehension ability in terms of concept is so good. As expected of a variant. It's said that a variant like Duan Lingtian, who possesses an innate ability, is also known as God's favored child. God's favored child? Duan Lingtian is indeed famous. The four Water Peak and Earth Peak's disciples, including Tianjun and Tan Huan, could not help but exclaim out loud. Even Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, and Yufeng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, were no exception. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was a little complicated. How good would it be if he was a disciple from their Earth Peak or Water Peak? Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The Wood Peak has really gotten lucky this time. Both of them thought to themselves tacitly. Duan Lingtian, before you entered the profound assimilation formation, what level of intermediate thunder concept did you comprehend? Chi Yu asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At once everyone, including Guochong, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They were also curious about this. 7th level. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Haha, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu had already burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian, you're stronger than me in every aspect. However, the benefits you obtained from the profound assimilation formation this time are not as good as me, your brother Niu. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I, your brother Niu, comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. After I came out, I comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he beamed with joy. Ever since he met Duan Lingtian, he was not as good as Duan Lingtian in every aspect. This caused him to be filled with depression. Now that he finally had the chance to surpass Duan Lingtian, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. When Duan Lingtian saw how Huang Daniu was showing off in front of him, he rolled his eyes and ignored him. If Huang Daniu knew that he had only comprehended the elementary thunder concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not expose himself out of boredom. Making a fortune in silence was the way to go. After Huang Daniu made such a scene, the gazes that were on Duan Lingtian gradually shifted away. They no longer regarded him as the center of attention. Duan Lingtian had entered the profound assimilation formation and raised his 7th level thunder concept by 2 levels. Although it was not bad, it was nothing compared to Huang Daniu and Nangong Chan. Naturally, this was also because they did not know about the real changes that had happened to Duan Lingtian. If they knew about it, they would be so shocked that they would stand there for the entire day, unable to move at all. The profound assimilation formation this time is really strange. First, it was opened continuously for 60 hours, and then there's someone who did not gain anything from it. Guochong frowned. He had a feeling that this matter was a little strange. The profound assimilation formation was opened continuously for 60 hours. Could it be related to Hu Fei? After all, among the 10 people who entered the profound assimilation formation, Hu Fei was the only one who was not affected. Tiangu could not help but guess. I think it's possible. Yufeng nodded in agreement. Indeed. Chi Yu agreed as well. When Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the peak masters of the 4 peaks, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He did not expect this at all. Unknowingly, Hu Fei had actually become his scapegoat. If Hu Fei knew the truth, he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood or even die. Let's disperse. We'll depart on time in half a month, Guochong said again. The moment his words left his mouth, His eyes swept past Qiyu, Tiangu, and Yufeng. It was obvious that his last words were meant for Qiyu and the other two. Qiyu and the other two nodded before leading the disciples in their respective peaks away. We'll depart to the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu in half a month? Perhaps the other five-element sect's young disciples, including Huang Daniu, did not know what Guochong meant when he said they would depart in half a month. However, Duanling Tian knew it very well. This time the five-element sect had paid such a huge price to open the profound assimilation formation. It was undoubtedly for the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. In the secret treasure, there was something that the five-element sect desperately wanted. The thing that the five-element sect wanted the most was none other than the profundity fragment that might exist in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was also the key for a powerhouse at the peak of the void to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. These four spirit fruits are the cultivation resources that Arwood Peak obtained after becoming the first peak of the five-element sect. There are exactly two types of spirit fruits. Each of you can have two different types. On the way back to Wood Peak, Qiyu raised his hand and four spirit fruits appeared in his hand. The four spirit fruits were divided into two types, and there were two of each type. One of them was completely green in color. Its entire body shone with a green luster and emitted a faint and elegant fragrance. The other one was completely green in color. Its entire body was covered with tiny red lines that crisscrossed with each other. Green origin fruit? Bloodscar fruit? The moment Duanling Tian saw the two spirit fruits, his eyes could not help but turn serious. Excitement and joy could be seen on his face. He who had gone through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory immediately recognized the two spirit fruits. Both of them were spirit fruits that were exclusively used by void interpretation martial artists. In terms of medicinal efficacy, they were not inferior to the origin-enhancing fruit that he and Huang Daniu had consumed previously. You really can get whatever you want. Chapter 9:15. Sect Leader. Are these spirit fruits given out by the sect? When Huang Daniu took the two spirit fruits, he asked curiously, "Doesn't that mean the other peaks will get them as well?" Of course. Qiyu nodded. However, the treatment of the other peaks is not as good as Wood Peak. After all, Wood Peak is now the first peak of the five-element sect. This time, the sect's elders went out to purchase and paid a huge price. They managed to obtain a total of 10 spirit fruits that are exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. These 10 spirit fruits will be distributed according to the ranking of the 5 peaks. Wood Peak is the first peak, so we'll get 4. Gold Peak is the second peak, so we'll get 3. Fire Peak is the third peak, so we'll get 2. Water Peak is the fourth peak, so we'll get 1. As for Earth Peak, it's the lowest peak, so we'll get nothing. Qiyu finished his sentence in one breath. What? The moment Qiyu's words left his mouth, Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu could not help but be shocked. Earth Peak didn't get a single spirit fruit? Yes. Qiyu nodded and sighed. Come to think of it, Earth Peak's current situation is just like Wood Peak's situation in the past 20 years. There's no difference between the two. No wonder all the peaks in the five-element sect are trying their best to move forward. None of them want to be the lowest peak. As it turns out, the competition between the 5 peaks in the five-element sect is actually so intense. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Although he had long known that the competition between the 5 peaks in the five-element sect was intense, he did not expect it to be so intense. Could even be described as tragic. No matter what, Wood Peak will be the first peak in the five-element sect for the next 3 years. No matter what the sect's resources are, Wood Peak will always have the priority to get it. Qiyu smiled. Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu nodded with a smile on their faces. With these spirit fruits, I believe both of you will be able to raise your cultivation base to a new level in a short time. Half a month later, there will be 20 young disciples, including both of you, who will leave the five-element sect together with the peak masters of the 5 peaks. Qiyu glanced at the spirit fruits in Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu's hands before he said slowly, "Peak Master, where are we going to go with such a big fuss in half a month's time?" Huang Daniu asked with a confused expression. "As for where exactly we are going, you will naturally know in half a month's time." All of you must seize the time to cultivate and raise your strength as much as possible. Only by increasing your strength will you be able to survive in the place you are about to go." When he reached the end of his sentence, even Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could not help but turn solemn. As he spoke, he reminded Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. The place they were going to in half a month was a place that could endanger their lives. What? Huang Daniu's expression changed. He didn't expect that the place he was going to in half a month would be so dangerous. Duan Lingtian's face was calm, so calm that it was frightening. Of course, the reason why he could be so calm was because he already knew where he would be going in half a month. That place was the secret treasure, left behind by Emperor Wu. It was filled with opportunities, but at the same time there was a certain amount of danger. Compared to the danger in that place, the biggest threat was still the young powerhouses who would enter the place together with him. After all, it was not only the people from Five Element sect who would enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Duan Lingtian knew that there would be 4 major forces from the southern of the northern desert: Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect. Back then, the reason why Skywolf Fort organized the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and selected the most outstanding young talents from the 10 great dynasties was all for the sake of obtaining the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. Later on, the people from Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect arrived at Skywolf Fort one after another and forced Skywolf Fort to take a share of the loot, taking away many young talents from the 10 great dynasties. Originally, he wanted to go to the Blade Sect, but who knew that an unexpected event would suddenly occur on the way, and he was pursued by the members of the Skywolf Fort. After the sudden change in the Devil Seal tablet, he unconsciously came to the eastern district of the northern desert and even entered the Five Element sects Wood Peak by chance. No matter what, I'm indebted to the Five Element sect. If it wasn't for the Five Element sect, I wouldn't have had the chance to make such a big breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. Although I can get the same treatment if I go to Blade Sect, I'm still enjoying the same treatment from the Five Element sect after all. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. For this reason, other than fighting for some treasures for myself, I'll also help the Five Element sect and Wood Peak find the things they want in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This way, I'll be able to return the favor. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chiyu had been looking at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. When he told them about the danger of the place they were going to in half a month, his eyes never left Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Soon he saw horror dawning on Huang Daniu's face while Duan Lingtian remained calm. The difference between the two was obvious. At this moment he had a higher opinion of Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, no matter if it's Wood Peak or the Five Element sect, it's impossible for them to restrain Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, under Duan Lingtian's leadership, the Five Element sect will definitely be able to walk toward the unfathomable glory in the future. When Chiyu thought about this, he sighed deeply. Soon after, the 3 of them returned to Wood Peak. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Chiyu left. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Huang Daniu finally regained his senses from the absent-minded state he had been in throughout the journey. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I noticed that you seem to be very calm throughout the journey. The Peak Master said that the place we're going to in half a month is dangerous. Aren't you worried at all?" When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but ask, "Worried? What's there to be worried about?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, his eyes narrowed as he muttered, "How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den?" Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it was still heard by Huang Daniu. A gleam flashed across Huang Daniu's eyes as he forced a smile on his face and asked, "Duan Lingtian, do you know something that I don't? You're quite smart, aren't you? Just from these few words of mine, you can already tell that I know something that you don't." Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh as he scolded him. "Duan Lingtian, even if the Peak Master doesn't want to tell me, don't tell me that you're unwilling to tell me as well?" Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. His face was filled with anticipation. "I remember. There was someone who was boasting in front of me earlier. He said that his concept had increased by 3 levels after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, my concept had only increased by 2 levels, so I can't compare to him. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Huang Daniu with a faint smile on his face. Huang Daniu could not help but smile wryly. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot earlier. Duan Lingtian, you can't be so petty, right? Huang Daniu was stunned as he asked with a bitter expression on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the place that we're going to with the Peak Master, and the rest in 2 weeks, should be a secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not be so calculative with Huang Daniu over such a small matter. Facing the bitter expression on Huang Daniu's face, he no longer teased him and told him everything that he knew. A secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Huang Daniu was stunned when he heard this. However, his eyes narrowed when he regained his senses. A powerhouse like Emperor Wu. To him, such a thing only existed in legends. However, there was no doubt about how terrifying a powerhouse like Emperor Wu was. He was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. A secret treasure left behind by such a powerhouse would, of course, be something extraordinary. Unknowingly, Huang Daniu's breathing had become rapid. He only managed to catch his breath after a long time. His eyes stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he asked, "Are you sure about this, Duan Lingtian? What? You still don't believe me?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "Why don't you think about it? Why would the group of 5 Element Sect's senior officials suddenly activate the profound assimilation formation to elevate our strength? Isn't it because they want us to help them look for some things in the secret treasure of Emperor Wu?" Huang Daniu was speechless. However, his eyes were gleaming with a burning light as he muttered to himself, "This is really exciting. There must be a lot of good stuff in the secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, right?" The current Huang Daniu was like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu who had a fearful look on his face earlier. As the saying went, birds die in pursuit of food just as men die in pursuit of wealth. It was undoubtedly referring to the current Huang Daniu. "Alright, let's go back and cultivate first." Duan Lingtian snapped Huang Daniu, who was still in a daze. "There's still half a month left. Try your best to break through to the 7th level void interpretation. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time facing those young powerhouses from the other sections." "There are other sects?" Huang Daniu, who had snapped back to reality, could not help but be stunned. "Of course," Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, "otherwise, how dangerous do you think the secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu is? The real danger is not the danger in the secret treasure, but the danger that comes from the other young powerhouses. When you're in the secret treasure, even if you really manage to obtain any treasure, you'll still need to have the ability to protect it. Otherwise, everything you do is destined to be a wedding dress for someone else." As Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became solemn. Upon hearing this, Huang Daniu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Understood. It's good that you understand. Let's go." Duan Lingtian called out to Huang Daniu and flew towards a 3-story pavilion at the mountainside of Wood Peak. That was the place where they had been staying recently. "Duan Lingtian, I've thought about it seriously. Something seems to be wrong. Why would the sect's senior officials bring us, the young disciples, to the secret treasure left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse? Wouldn't it be fine if they brought the elders of the older generation?" Huang Daniu seemed to have recalled something and asked with a frown, "The elders of the older generation are much stronger than us. If we go, we'll only be cannon fodder in front of the elders of the other sections. What if I told you that the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu powerhouse has an age restriction?" Chapter 9:16. There's an age restriction? How? Huang Daniu had a puzzled expression. "You should know about the age measuring pearl, right? As long as we use the age measuring pearl as the material and supplement it with some other inscriptions to form an inscription formation, it can completely restrict people above a certain age and prevent them from entering and exiting the door enveloped by the inscription formation." Duan Lingtian explained patiently. "So that's how it is." Huang Daniu was enlightened and asked curiously at the same time, "According to what you said, The secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu has this kind of inscription array as a restriction? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How old is the restriction? Huang Daniu asked curiously. 40 years old. Duan Lingtian said. 40 years old? In other words, only martial artists of the younger generation can enter. No wonder. Huang Daniu was enlightened. When he recalled Duan Lingtian's words earlier, he felt a trace of heavy pressure. The pressure pressed down on him to the point he felt slightly suffocated. Then let's hurry back and cultivate. At that time, when the young experts of the various sects enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure together, there will definitely be a lot of battles. After Huang Daniu finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and turned into a bolt of lightning, entering the 3-story pavilion on the mountainside in the distance and disappearing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This fellow, Duan Lingtian was stunned by Huang Daniu, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly as he returned to his room on the 3-story pavilion. After returning to his room and sitting cross-legged on his bed, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to have any hesitation as he stuffed the 2 spirit fruits in his hand into his mouth. The spirit fruits turned into a cool juice that flowed down his throat and into his body. 2 different spirit fruits naturally had different medicinal effects. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would absolutely not be as bold as Duan Lingtian to swallow 2 different spirit fruits at once, because it was easy to cause the medicinal effects of the spirit fruits to conflict. Once the medicinal effects conflicted, a powerful force would emerge and explode in the body, causing great damage to the meridians and internal organs in the body. At the very least, he would suffer from qi deviation. At the very least, he would die suddenly. As for Duan Lingtian, he was naturally not an ordinary cultivator. He was not worried that the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits would conflict because of competing for the initiative. He knew that even if the medicinal power of the 2 spiritual fruits entered his body at the same time, they would not be able to take the initiative. This was because there was another medicinal power hidden in his body that was countless times more overbearing than the medicinal power of the 2 spirit fruits. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Sure enough, just as the medicinal power of the 2 spirit fruits merged with Duan Lingtian's Yuan Li, and was about to clash for the initiative, an even more boundless medicinal power appeared. The moment the rebirth pill's medicinal effect discovered the medicinal effect of the 2 spirit fruits, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood as it swept out from his dantian. After the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill fused with his origin energy, he urged his origin energy to rush towards the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy. Just as the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy were about to clash, he crushed them in one fell swoop. Bang! After a short moment, the origin energy urged by the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy and the origin energy urged by the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy converged together, and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill also took the initiative as it rampaged within Duan Lingtian's body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt the meridians in his body tremble, and even his internal organs started to tremble. Duan Lingtian did not dare hesitate as he hurriedly concentrated his mind and calmed his qi. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. As Duan Lingtian started to meditate and cultivate, the origin energy that was rampaging within his body once again returned to the right track and circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. According to this speed, it won't be long before I can smoothly break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he sensed the origin energy that was rapidly flowing through his body like a raging wave. He was filled with excitement. Previously, with the help of Nangong Chen's spiritual energy, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had urged his origin energy to break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, it had also opened up the bottleneck that led him to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. This time, as the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits merged into his body, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had entered his body once again. Although it was not as fast as before, it was not slow either. Moreover, other than the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, the medicinal efficacy of the other 2 spirit fruits continued to merge with his origin energy and merged with his origin energy. Bang! It felt like it did not take long before Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy in his body that was like a raging wave had broken through the bottleneck and helped him to successfully break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. The moment he broke through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent a tremendous change. It was a qualitative change. What a powerful origin energy! After breaking through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with joy. At the same time, the origin energy that was urged by the rebirth pill continued to surge out rapidly. It flowed through the meridians in Duan Lingtian's body in an orderly manner, helping Duan Lingtian to advance further. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian lost track of time as he cultivated. However, he could still clearly feel the changes in his body. Ever since he had broken through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill continued to guide the medicinal efficacy of the other 2 spirit fruits to cultivate according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. It was as though he would never feel tired. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the bottleneck leading to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage had appeared. After an unknown amount of time, he could once again sense that the origin energy that was rolling out of the meridians in his body had quickly broken through the bottleneck leading to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. Bang! A light sound resonated in his body, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but open his eyes. Excitement appeared on his face. I've broken through. 9th level of the void interpretation stage. As the milky white origin energy around Duan Lingtian's body spread out, the heaven and earth energy above his head roiled and gathered to form a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 120 ancient horned dragon silhouettes seemed to be telling everything in the surroundings that his current cultivation base was at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. Suddenly, the origin energy around Duan Lingtian's body shook before disappearing without a trace. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, his body trembled, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the floor in front of the bed and bloomed like a red rose that was dazzling and eye-catching. Before he could wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Sword Dragon form. Currently, Duan Lingtian hurriedly circulated his mental cultivation method to return the restless origin energy in his body to the right path, as he was afraid that he would be injured by it again. Earlier, it was because he was busy trying out the origin energy after his breakthrough that he forgot to continue guiding the restless origin energy in his body. Once the restless origin energy went out of control, it ran amok in his body and even injured his internal organs. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill is already overbearing. Coupled with the medicinal strength of the other 2 spirit fruits, the 3 of them added together is far from what my body can endure. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian could also notice that the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits was almost depleted after helping him break through 2 levels consecutively. It would probably not be long before it was completely exhausted. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits was completely exhausted. However, even though the medicinal strength of the spirit fruits was completely exhausted, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill could not be retracted immediately. It continued to circulate the origin energy to rush forward. After another period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his cultivation base had increased again. The bottleneck to the void transformation stage had also appeared. Boom! The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill circulated the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique Sword Dragon form's mental cultivation method for 1 cycle before it crashed into the bottleneck. The bottleneck trembled, but it did not show any signs of breaking through. Boom! 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 Under the urging of the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy seemed to never know exhaustion as it crashed into the final bottleneck of the void interpretation stage again and again. The bottleneck that showed no signs of breaking through in the beginning gradually loosened. In the end, it almost broke through a few times. Boom! The origin energy swept out again and violently crashed into the bottleneck again. The bottleneck loosened for a while and it seemed like it was about to break through. However, it did not break through in the end, and it still stood there firmly. I should be able to break through it one more time. Duanling Tian secretly took a deep breath. However, to his dismay, he realized that his origin energy had actually slowed down after circulating for half a cycle under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill came and went quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it entered his dantian and hid there. Let's give it a try. As Duanling Tian secretly smiled wryly, he circulated the remaining half of his origin energy on his own, and continued to charge towards the bottleneck to the void transformation stage. The bottleneck that was already loosened only trembled slightly, but it did not break through. Compared to the origin energy under the urging of the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy that Duanling Tian circulated on his own was pitifully weak. It was as though he had not eaten anything. Just a little bit more. Even without the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, I should be able to break through it after circulating it for another 100 cycles and successfully break through to the first level void transformation stage. Duanling Tian's heart jolted as he continued to circulate the origin energy on his own to break through. After a while, Duanling Tian circulated his origin energy for another 5 to 6 cycles. The bottleneck kept on loosening, but it was still unable to be broken through by Duanling Tian's origin energy. Duanling Tian. Just when Duanling Tian wanted to continue, a familiar voice resonated from outside the room, causing him to return to his senses and open his eyes. Just a little bit more. Duanling Tian smiled wryly as he got off the bed and went forward to open the door. He looked at the young man outside the door. Chunwei, why are you here? The person standing outside the door was none other than Chunwei. He was Ku Zheng's direct disciple. At that time, he had met Ku Zheng and his disciple in Driftcloud Town, and it was under their lead that he came to the Five Element sect. Chapter 9:17. It was the Peak Master who asked me to call you and Dainyu. Chunwei smiled. The Peak Master is looking for us? Duanling Tian was stunned. Could it be that half a month has already passed? Yes. Chunwei nodded. Only you and Dainyu are left now. Once all of you are here, we can head to Gold Peak to meet up with the Peak Masters of the other 4 peaks and the young disciples of the various peaks. Us? You're going as well? Duanling Tian was stunned. It's not just me, there are 3 other Wood Peak disciples that will be going as well. Chunwei smiled. Even though I don't know where we're going, but since our Wood Peak is the number 1 peak of the 5 Element sect and has 6 quotas, whereas the quotas of the other peaks are inferior to ours, I presume it won't be a bad thing. Wood Peak has 6 quotas? Aren't the other peaks the same? Duanling Tian's brows raised as he never imagined that the Wood Peak would have so many people going this time. At the same time, he was curious as to how many quotas the other peaks had. Yes. Chunwei nodded once more. The quotas this time are distributed according to the ranking of the 5 peaks. Our Wood Peak is the first peak, so we have 6 spots. The Gold Peak is the second peak, so we have 5 spots. The Fire Peak is the third peak, so we have 4 spots. The Water Peak is the 4th peak, so we have 3 spots. As for the Earth Peak, we are at the bottom, so we only have 2 spots. Chunwei finished speaking in a single breath. So in this way, our 5 Element sect will have 20 young disciples and the Peak Masters of the 5 peaks this time? Duanling Tian's brows raised as he muttered to himself, I'll go call Dainyu. Then we'll go meet up with the Peak Masters. After informing Duanling Tian, Chunwei headed to the ground floor of the pavilion and knocked on Huang Dainyu's door before calling Huang Dainyu out. When Huang Dainyu came out, his face was rosy and brimming with energy. Duanling Tian, do you want to train? After Huang Dainyu greeted Chunwei, he looked at Duanling Tian who stood in the sky and grinned as he asked confidently, How do you want to train? Hearing Huang Dainyu's words, Duanling Tian couldn't help but squint his eyes as he asked with interest, How about this? I won't draw support from the earth energy and you won't use wind concept. The 2 of us will fight each other with our bare hands. How about it? Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. He was eager to try. Daniu, you actually dare to challenge me. It seems like your breakthrough this time is not small. Duan Lingtian smiled. How is it? Do you dare? A bright smile appeared on Huang Daniu's face. His words were filled with provocation. Why not? However, we'd better stay away so as not to disturb Shaoxian's cultivation, Duan Lingtian said fearlessly. At the same time, he glanced at the master bedroom on the second floor of the pavilion, and a trace of gentleness flashed across his eyes. Immediately after, he flew out and headed straight for the distant horizon. In front of Huang Daniu and Chen Wei's eyes, Duan Lingtian gradually turned into a small black dot, floating in the distant sky. Duan Lingtian, you're really straightforward. The smile on Huang Daniu's face grew wider, and he flew out at the same time to follow Chen Wei. These two fellows, the Peak Master is still waiting for them. Chen Wei laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and then he followed as well. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu stood in confrontation as they looked directly at each other, and their bodies emitted dense battle intent that would erupt at any moment. Huang Daniu stared at Duan Lingtian with a strained mind as if he was facing a great enemy. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his gaze was extremely calm. It was as if Huang Daniu wasn't a threat to him at all. Of course, he really felt that Huang Daniu wasn't a threat in his heart. When Huang Daniu had just come out, his acute spiritual force had detected Huang Daniu's cultivation at the first possible moment. 8th level Void Interpretation Stage. 8th level Void Interpretation Stage. 9th level Intermediate Earth Concept. This was Huang Daniu's current strength. Daniu, make a move, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. I'm no longer the same Huang Daniu from half a month ago. Huang Daniu could not help but warn Duan Lingtian in a deep voice when he saw how casual Duan Lingtian was. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was underestimating him. Come. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the smile on his face did not change. Huang Daniu's face sank when he saw this. Although Duan Lingtian was his friend, he could not help but feel slightly angry when he was looked down upon by Duan Lingtian. He was slightly unable to hold it in. Ha! Suddenly, Huang Daniu shouted, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Subsequently, it merged with the rolling earth concept and transformed into waves of khaki energy. A small portion of the khaki energy condensed and formed a thick stone platform under Huang Daniu's feet. Bang! As soon as the stone platform appeared, Huang Daniu's legs had already kicked out like a running cheetah. He landed on the stone platform, causing the stone platform to shatter into pieces. Then it was shattered into pieces by a vast force. In the next moment, with the shattered stone platform as the center, a vast rolling airwave swept out and transformed into a gust of violent wind that blew in all directions. It blew so hard that Chen Wei, who stood at the side, could not help but squint his eyes. Chen Wei's robe fluttered with the wind and fluttered. At this moment, Chen Wei's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw Huang Daniu, who had transformed into a figure that was difficult to capture as he charged straight for Duan Lingtian. He was shocked in his heart. When did Daniu's strength become so strong? Chen Wei did not have the time to react when he saw the 210 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that followed Huang Daniu in the sky. He could not help but be dumbstruck for a moment. He knew very well what it meant to display the strength of 210 ancient horned dragons without the use of a spirit weapon. An 8th level Void Interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 9th level Void Interpretation concept. A 9th level Void Interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 8th level Void Interpretation concept. If it was a middle-aged powerhouse from Wood Peak that displayed such strength, he would not be surprised. But the problem was that the person who displayed such strength was Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu, who only displayed a cultivation at the 6th level Void Interpretation stage and 6th level Earth concept almost a month ago. The current Huang Daniu was like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu from that time, and it gave him a strange feeling. Bang! He did not have the time to react when he heard another loud bang sound out. At the same time, An even more terrifying airwave swept out and set off waves of vast violent wind that blew onto his body and forced him back by a few meters. What happened? Chun Wei used all his strength to open his eyes that had unconsciously narrowed, and he quickly saw the two figures that were colliding in the distance. They were two young men. Now the two of them were facing each other with their fists. The two people in front of him could be considered to be his acquaintances. However, at this moment, he felt as if it was the first time he got to know the two people before him. Besides the 210 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the robust and tall young man, there were even 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the violet-clad young man. The strength of 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 9th level Void Interpretation Stage Martial Artist. 9th level Void Interpretation Concept. Duan Lingtian, Chun Wei was shocked to the point his mouth opened wide, and he was dumbstruck as he looked at the violet figure in the distance, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Bang! Another loud bang sounded out, and it shocked Chun Wei to the point his body trembled, and he could not help but shudder. He clearly saw the dense violet lightning that was coiled around Duan Lingtian's fist swept out and easily crushed the khaki energy that was coiled around Huang Dania's fist. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's body leaned forward. On the other hand, Huang Daniu was blasted flying by the punch like an arrow that left the bow. Barf! Huang Daniu, who was blasted flying, flushed. His vital energy and blood were in a mess, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After a while, Huang Daniu finally came to a stop after flying for several tens of meters. After consuming a healing pill, Huang Daniu's injuries were almost completely healed. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, it was impossible for Huang Daniu to only suffer such minor injuries. Duan Lingtian, you freak. Monster. You've actually made a breakthrough to the 9th level Void Interpretation. Do those two spirit fruits have such powerful medicinal efficacy? Huang Daniu could not help but curse out loud after he regained his senses. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. The reason he dared to challenge Duan Lingtian earlier was purely because he thought he had some understanding of the medicinal efficacy of the two spirit fruits that Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, gave him. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had only made a breakthrough to the 7th level Void Interpretation during the Battle of the Five Peaks a month ago. Even if Duan Lingtian completely absorbed and digested the medicinal efficacy of the two spirit fruits, he would only be able to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the 8th level Void Interpretation at most. It would be impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 9th level Void Interpretation. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed today made him realize how wrong and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. You think that I haven't made a breakthrough to the 9th level Void Interpretation? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Nonsense. Huang Daniu said snappily, if I knew that you've made a breakthrough to the 9th level Void Interpretation, who the hell would want to fight with you? I don't have the hobby of asking for a beating. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he looked gloomy. Upon seeing Huang Daniu's gloomy expression, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. His smile was bright and sunny. Duan Lingtian Daniu, both of you. When did both of you become so strong? Chun Wei flew forward and stared at both of them with his mouth agape. Both of your Void Interpretation concepts made a breakthrough to the 9th level in the Profound Assimilation Formation. Also, Duan Lingtian, you've actually comprehended the Thunder concept as well? At this moment, there were too many questions in Chun Wei's heart. That's right. Our concepts made a breakthrough in the Profound Assimilation Formation. However, my Intermediate Earth concept has indeed been raised to the 9th level in the Profound Assimilation Formation. It's raised by a total of 3 levels. Huang Daniu grinned. You mean, you've comprehended the 9th level Intermediate Earth concept now? Chun Wei stared at Huang Daniu with his eyes wide open. His face was filled with shock. Chapter 918. That's right. Huang Daniu's face was filled with pride. In the Profound Assimilation Formation, I managed to raise my 6th level intermediate Earth concept to the 9th level Earth concept. When Huang Daniu reached here, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. The smile on his face became even more proud. In this regard, I'm much stronger than Duan Lingtian. His intermediate thunder concept was originally at the 7th level. When he raised it to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation, it only increased by 2 levels. When Duan Lingtian saw that Huang Daniu was trying to find a balance in this matter again, he shook his head and ignored him. I've long heard that the profound assimilation formation is not simple. However, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It actually raised both of your void interpretation concepts to the 9th level. Chun Wei exclaimed with a face full of envy. Then Chun Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian, I thought you've only comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. I didn't expect you to have also comprehended the 7th level thunder concept. Before this, he was like most of the people. He thought the reason why Duan Lingtian was so powerful was because of his innate ability. Without his innate ability, Duan Lingtian would not even be ranked among the outstanding young disciples in the 5-element sect. However, at this moment he realized how stupid and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Duan Lingtian, this guy really hit his strength well. Huang Daniu's eyes flashed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Now, I wouldn't be surprised even if he exerted a 3rd concept, the void interpretation concept, besides the thunder concept and wind concept. Huang Daniu's words made the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitch unnoticeably. Although he knew Huang Daniu was just saying it casually, he could not help but feel a slight ripple in his heart. He really did comprehend the 3rd void interpretation concept. Not only did he comprehend the 3rd void interpretation concept, but he had also comprehended the 4th void interpretation concept. His Earth concept and Sword concept were both at the void interpretation concept level. However, Chun Wei did not take Huang Daniu's words to heart. As far as he was concerned, it was already shocking that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend 2 types of void interpretation concepts at such a young age, and it was impossible for him to comprehend a 3rd type of void interpretation concept, even if the Duan Lingtian was a variant. Your cultivations. Soon after, Chun Wei glanced at Huang Daniu before shifting his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with doubt. It's all thanks to the few spirit fruits that the Peak Master gave us that our cultivation base is high. Those spirit fruits are the cultivation resources that the sect gave us. Huang Daniu laughed. Only now did Chun Wei come to a sudden understanding, and the envy on his face grew even more. Yet there wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy. He knew very well in his heart that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu deserved everything they had. Without Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, it would be impossible for Wood Peak to shake off the fate of being at the bottom, let alone becoming the first peak of the 5-element sect. If Wood Peak could not shake off the fate of being at the bottom, even if the sect obtained the spirit fruits, it would not be distributed to Wood Peak. Let's go, the Peak Master is still waiting for us. Chun Wei called out to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before flying out. Duan Lingtian nodded his head and followed Chun Wei with Huang Daniu as they flew up to the sky far away. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, again. Behind Qiyu there were 3 other Wood Peak disciples. The 3 young disciples were around the age of 35. It was obvious that they were also going to Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out and quickly detected the cultivation base of the 3 of them. All of them were at the 4th level void interpretation, similar to Chun Wei in the past. He had already noticed it when Chun Wei came to look for him. Currently, Chun Wei's cultivation base had already broken through to the 5th level void interpretation. You're here. When Qiyu saw Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, a rare smile appeared on his calm face. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu greeted Qiyu with a smile before they stood next to him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior brother Huang Daniu. At this moment, the 3 Wood Peak disciples standing behind Qiyu greeted Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu respectfully in unison. It made Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu feel flattered. In terms of age, these 3 Wood Peak disciples were older than them. Let's go. Qiyu brought along Duan Lingtian and the other 5 and flew straight to Gold Peak. In just a short while they arrived at the sky outside of Gold Peak. Over there were already two groups of people standing separately in the sky and gathered together. When they noticed the arrival of Duan Lingtian and the other people from Wood Peak, the two groups of people gathered their attention and quickly locked onto two people from Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian and Qiyu. When Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Wood Peak, he had already killed a direct disciple of a Wood Peak elder. After that, he even forced the Wood Peak elder to cripple his own cultivation base. From that moment on, Duan Lingtian's name had already spread throughout the entire Five-Element sect. Later on, Duan Lingtian even became famous in just one battle during the Battle of the Five Peaks. He defeated Brother Nangong, who was the strongest among the younger generation in the Five-Element sect before he came to the Five-Element sect. He obtained the first place in the individual and team battles of the Battle of the Five Peaks, and helped Wood Peak to become the first peak of the Five-Element sect. Currently, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the Five-Element sect could be said to be soaring. He had even surpassed Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Some of the Five-Element sect's disciples even secretly regarded Duan Lingtian as the new strongest person among the younger generation in the sect because he could defeat Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had originally been quiet for many years. However, during the Battle of the Five Peaks, he made his move like lightning and severely injured Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, twice. At that moment, the Five-Element sect's disciples who were present finally knew. Qiyu, who was known as the second strongest person in the Five-Element sect, did not have an undeserved reputation. He really possessed such strength. From that moment on, Qiyu had also become the hot topic of many Five-Element sect's disciples. Peak Master Qiyu. The two groups of people were the people from Water Peak and Earth Peak who had arrived first. Yufeng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, came up to greet Qiyu with a smile. Peak Master Yufeng, Peak Master Tiangu. Qiyu responded to each of them with a smile. He was very polite. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and glanced at the people from Water Peak and Earth Peak one by one. He noticed that other than the two Peak Masters, Yufeng and Tiangu, there were only 5 young disciples from both peaks. Among the 3 from Water Peak, other than Tan Huan and the female disciple from Water Peak whom he had met twice, there was another female disciple from Wood Peak. There were only 2 people from Earth Peak, and both of them were familiar faces. They were none other than Tianjun and the male disciple from Earth Peak who had also met Duan Lingtian twice. The number of young disciples from both peaks combined was not even comparable to the group of Wood Peak's disciples including Duan Lingtian. The people from Fire Peak are here. Suddenly, a Wood Peak's disciple could not help but exclaim in a low voice. At once, other than Duan Lingtian and Qiyu, the rest of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to the 5 figures that were flying towards them from afar. These 5 people were led by one person. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in red. He was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Behind Cha Bai, there were 4 other Fire Peak's disciples. These 4 Fire Peak's disciples were led by Hu Fei as they followed closely behind Cha Bai. Since everyone is here, let's set off. At this moment, before Yufeng and Tiangu could even greet Cha Bai, a loud and clear voice resonated from the direction of Gold Peak, attracting everyone's attention. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could see a total of 6 figures flying towards them from the direction of Gold Peak. Among them, the Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of Five-Element sect, Guochong, was leading the group. Behind Guochong, the 2 brothers, Nangong Chan and Nangong Yi, followed closely behind. One of them was moving while the other was still, displaying a peerless elegance. Behind the 2 of them, there were 3 other Gold Peak's disciples. All of them were young disciples who were around the age of 35. It was obvious that they were also preparing to go to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Sect leader. The moment Guochong appeared, the people from the other 4 peaks bowed slightly. They either nodded or bowed slightly. Most of them only bowed to greet him. Only the 4 Peak Masters and Duan Lingtian were exceptions. They only nodded their heads in greeting. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing among the group of Five-Element sect's disciples, stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens when the other Five-Element sect's disciples bowed. If it was someone else, perhaps Guochong would be slightly dissatisfied. However, when he realized that this person was Duan Lingtian, he completely lost his temper. In his opinion, as a variant, Duan Lingtian could temporarily join the Five-Element sect. It could be considered as a blessing for the Five-Element sect. As for those complicated formalities, Duan Lingtian had the right to ignore them. Let's go. Guocheng nodded his head at the crowd before shouting out softly. The instant his words left his mouth, Guocheng led the 5 Gold Peaks disciples and flew towards the southwest direction. Since he had to take care of the Gold Peaks disciples, he deliberately slowed down his speed. Let's go. At this moment, Qi Yu Yufang Tiangu and Chabai called out to the young disciples that they brought with them before following the group of Gold Peaks people closely like shadows. That Emperor Wu's secret treasure is in the southwest? Flying all the way to the southwest, Duan Lingtian could not help but squint his eyes as he muttered. That direction is located between the south of the northern desert and the west of the northern desert. It's closer to the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert. In the ancient desert city in the south of the northern desert, in the Skywolf Fort. In an underground palace in the inner fort, 5 people stood in front of a high platform. Looking at the high platform that was shrouded in fog, each of their eyes were gleaming brightly. It's going to be 3 hours soon. The only middle-aged man among the 5 said in a low voice. The profound assimilation formation is about to close. It's time for the 9 of them to come out. One of the old men among the 5 had his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He looked at the fog on the high platform in anticipation as though he was waiting for something. Time passed by quietly. What's going on? It's already been 4 hours. Why hasn't the profound assimilation formation closed on its own yet? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that there's something wrong with the profound assimilation formation? Oh. Chapter 919. The 5 people on the scene were none other than the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. The 5 vice fort masters were led by Luo Fu. Next to him were Meng Li, Ning Ken Yukong and Feng Wei. Feng Wei was Luo Fu's disciple. At the same time, he was also the only middle-aged man among the 5 vice fort masters. The other 4 were old men in their 70s. At this moment, the 5 of them had a grave expression on their faces. They knew very well that the profound assimilation formation would only be open for 3 hours at most before it would close on its own. At this time the people inside would come out, and the concept they comprehended would more or less improve. However, 4 hours had passed, and the profound assimilation formation still did not show any signs of closing. It was as though something had gone wrong, and they could not help but feel anxious. Don't tell me something has really happened? Feng Wei had a grave expression on his face. I don't think so. The profound assimilation formation is an inscription formation that was personally laid out by a martial monarch powerhouse. Logically speaking, it's impossible for something to go wrong. Luo Fu shook his head. His wise eyes shone brightly as he stared at the fog on the high platform. Something must have happened in there that we don't know about. Although Meng Li, Ning Kan, and Yukong did not say anything, they were also staring at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform in front of them. A hint of worry could be seen on their faces. Compared to the 5 vice fort masters' restlessness outside the profound assimilation formation, it was calm inside the profound assimilation formation. 9 young talents sat cross-legged in various places as they comprehended their concepts in silence. Around the bodies of the 9 young geniuses, strands of materialized concepts seemed to be rising. It was either wind concept, fire concept, water concept, thunder concept, or earth concept. All 5 of the above belonged to the nature concept. There was another person whose body was surrounded by strands of sword-shaped energy. It was the materialized sword concept. Among them, 8 of the young geniuses sat there motionlessly like statues. Only one of them had his brows furrowed and relaxed from time to time. This was a young man dressed in white. He looked to be in his early 30s. Although his eyes were closed, his face was unusually cold. Especially the strand of black flame mark between his brows. Just a glance at it was enough to cause one to feel apprehensive. At this moment the black flame mark seemed to have come to life, burning brightly. "Ghost Elder, how did you do it?" At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of the white-clothed young man's mind. It was filled with surprise. In the depths of the white-clad young man's mind, there were two masses of vast concept energy gathered near the strand of solidified soul. They were like two masses of clouds that kept rolling. One of the concept energy was green while the other was red. It was the concept energy that corresponded to the wind concept and fire concept. Humph! At the same time, a cold, hoarse, and aged low snort suddenly exploded in the mind of the white-clothed young man. It's only an inscription formation set up by a mere martial monarch stage inscription master. How could it be difficult for me to obtain the ghost flame? Although the remnant of my soul right now is far from my prime, it's still very easy for me to extract some of the concept energy from this inscription formation and force it into your body. If I was at my prime, then even if I extracted all the concept energy refined from the wind concept fragment and fire concept fragment and poured it into your body, it wouldn't be a difficult matter. When the hoarse and aged voice reached the end of his sentence, it was filled with disdain. Based on his words, it was as though he was looking down on the profound assimilation formation set up by the martial monarch powerhouse he was currently in. Yes, what martial monarch powerhouse? He's nothing in front of you, Ghost Elder. The voice that spoke earlier had a hint of flattery in his tone. Then he changed the topic. Ghost Elder, with the two concept energy that you extracted, to what level can my wind concept and fire concept be raised to? Void transformation concept. The hoarse and aged voice resonated again. Void transformation concept? Ghost Elder, you're not joking, right? The voice of the former was filled with shock. Ever since you obtained the Devil Seal Tablet's fragment by chance, and my remnant soul resided in your body, when have I ever lied to you? A hint of anger could be heard in the hoarse and aged voice. Of course not. Ghost Elder, please don't take what happened earlier to heart. I just thought it was too unbelievable and I was too excited. The voice of the former was filled with panic. Humph! The aged voice snorted again and continued to say, Zishang boy, remember this. What I can give you is far beyond your imagination. As long as you remember the promise you made to me, and help me reconstruct my soul in the future, I won't mistreat you. The aged voice said again. Yes. Zishang's voice resonated in a panic. He did not dare to slack off at all. All right. I'll return the control of your body to you now. You'll merge the two concept energy that I extracted for you with your two concepts. After the hoarse and aged voice finished speaking, it became completely silent. At the same time, the black flame mark between Zishang's eyebrows disappeared without a trace. It was as though it had never existed. It was extremely strange. Zishang slowly opened his eyes. A fierce gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered to himself coldly, Duan Lingtian, I'll give you a big surprise the next time we meet. Even if Ghost Elder can't make a move on you, I can still destroy you. As long as I obtain your Devil Seal Tablet, my future will be bright. Even those powerhouses like Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent will be trampled under my feet sooner or later. A wicked smile appeared on Zishang's face as he muttered to himself. After a while he finally stopped laughing. Subsequently, Zishang closed his eyes again and merged the two concept energy in the depth of his mind. A vast flame rose around Zishang's body, accompanied by gusts of green wind. With the help of the wind, the flame raged even more fiercely. Time passed by quietly. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. It's been 3 days, but the profound assimilation formation still hasn't closed by itself. In the underground palace of Skywolf Fort's inner fort, Ningkin kept pacing back and forth on the high platform that was shrouded in fog. His face was filled with worry. He was worried about his direct disciple Zishang. We've already waited for 3 days. There's no need to rush now. Luofu, who was standing by the side, said. However, although he said so, there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. Huh. Suddenly, Luofu raised his eyebrows as though he had noticed something. He stared at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform, which was also the fog that was visible to the naked eye. The fog was stirring and showing signs of shrinking. The profound assimilation formation is closing? At this moment, Ningkan came to a halt. The other 3 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters who were sitting cross-legged cultivating at the side opened their eyes one after another and stood up. They looked at the fog that was shrinking on the high platform. Soon after, the fog disappeared. 9 figures sitting cross-legged on the high platform appeared before their eyes one by one. There were 8 young men and 1 young woman. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize the young woman with just a glance. She was Yi Ling, whom he had met once during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. She was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Darqing dynasty. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had ended, Yi Ling had stayed in Skywolf Fort and was heavily nurtured. Compared to the past, her cultivation base was as different as heaven and earth. Soon after, the 9 people opened their eyes one after another and woke up. Zishang, how's the progress of your wind concept? Ningkan was the first to look at the white-clothed young man who was his personal disciple, Zishang, and asked impatiently. Master, Zishang didn't disappoint you. Zishang smiled faintly. The air around his body stirred and emitted a scorching aura. After a few moments, a vast flame rose and shrouded Zishang's entire body. It made him look like a majestic fire giant. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gradually formed. 10, 20, 30. The number was still increasing. Under the stunned gaze of the group of people, the number of ancient horned dragons' silhouettes finally stopped increasing and came to a stop. To the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Luofu sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, First level advanced concept of fire. Zishang, Yuvi actually comprehended the void transformation concept? Void transformation concept. At once, the other 8 Skywolf Fort's young disciples were petrified. They stared blankly at the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zishang's head. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Zishang, why your fire concept was only at the void initiation concept before you entered the profound assimilation formation, right? At this moment, Ningkan asked in a daze. Void initiation concept? The moment Ningkan's words left his mouth, Luofu and the other 4 vice fort masters were petrified as well. Before he entered the profound assimilation formation, his concept was only at the void initiation concept. After he came out, his concept had risen to the void transformation concept. Did that not mean he had surpassed the void interpretation concept? Yes. Zishang nodded. He was secretly delighted when he saw the stunned and shocked expression on everyone's face. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Subsequently, with just a thought in his mind, a gust of terrifying green wind condensed and formed around his body and merged with the scorching flame continuously. At this moment, the flame skyrocketed and rose higher and higher. At the same time, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Zishang's head before another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. Third level advanced wind concept. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons is the strength of the first level advanced fire concept. After the first level advanced fire concept uses the wind concept. It's similar to the earth concept using the earth energy. Chapter 920. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had dumbstruck expressions as they looked at the 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Zishang, and besides shock, there was only shock in their hearts. Third level advanced wind concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. First level advanced fire concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Not only that, but the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons could be added to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons through the fire concept. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. The other 8 Skywolf Fort's disciples who were present were stunned. They could not regain their senses for a long time. After a while, one of the Skywolf Fort's disciples regained his senses. He gulped and muttered, Didn't the Vice Fort Masters say that after we entered the profound assimilation formation? Perhaps the low-level void interpretation concept can be raised by 2 or 3 levels, but the high-level void interpretation concept can only raise 1 or 2 levels. He looked at Zishang and said, but perhaps something's wrong with the profound assimilation formation. I feel like I've been in there for more than 3 hours. Perhaps our improvement is as big as Zishang's. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I comprehended the 5th level intermediate thunder concept. If I'm not mistaken, I should have comprehended the void transformation concept as well, said the other Skywolf Fort's disciple as he hurriedly adjusted his concept. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I've comprehended the 5th level intermediate thunder concept. If I'm not mistaken, I should have comprehended the void transformation concept as well. At this moment everyone, including Zishang, shifted their attention to the sky above the Skywolf Fort's disciple. The heaven and earth energy was stirring and brewing there, and the heaven and earth phenomenon was gradually forming. A cold smile appeared on Zishang's face. How could trash like this be compared to him? Soon after, silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the Skywolf Fort's disciple one after another. The number continued to increase until it finally stopped at 80 silhouettes. The strength of 80 ancient horned dragons represented the 7th level void interpretation concept. 7th level intermediate thunder concept? How's that possible? Looking at the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, the Skywolf Fort's disciple's face turned grave. Isn't the difference between this and Zishang a little too big? At this moment, the remaining Skywolf Fort's disciples, including Yi Ling, began to test out their concepts one by one. In the end, they discovered that the person who improved the most amongst them had only improved by 3 levels. A disciple of the Skywolf Fort had comprehended the 4th level of void interpretation concept to the 6th level. For a time, numerous gazes converged onto Zishang, and their gazes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. Zishang revealed a smug smile on his face. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is still slightly lacking. I hope I can smoothly break through to the 7th level void interpretation when I enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Zishang thought to himself. Blade Sect. As one of the 4 great factions of power in the southern of the northern desert, Blade Sect was stationed in 2 vast valleys adjacent to each other. Of the 2 valleys, one was the Saber Valley, which belonged to the Saber School, while the other was the Sword Valley, which belonged to the Sword School. In the middle of the Saber Valley and the Sword Valley, there was a towering hill with continuous buildings standing on it. Feng Wudao shook his head. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred as the wind and clouds changed. It was the other 9 Blade Sect's disciples, including Su Li Longyun and Zhang Shouyong. One by one, they displayed their concepts and triggered the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Their concepts had more or less risen by 2 or 3 levels. Tianwu, let's see how much your fire concept has risen. The skinny old man looked at Feng Tianwu kindly. Yes, sect leader. Upon hearing the sect leader of Sword Sect's words, Feng Tianwu did not dare to slack off at all. The red robe on her body fluttered as though it had transformed into a burning flame. Suli, are you really not interested in this, Feng Tianwu? If you're not interested, your senior brother, won't hold back anymore. A green-clothed young man that stood by Su Li's side looked at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that seemed to have traces of burning desire, and he wished for nothing more than to take her for himself. Senior brother Lian, I've already told you. Tianwu already has someone in her heart. Su Li frowned and said, that person is not someone you can afford to offend. You're talking about that Duanling Tian who originally wanted to come to our Blade Sect with all of you but was chased by the people from Skywolf Fort halfway and even went missing? The young man in green smiled disdainfully. Putting aside the fact that he's dead now, even if he's not dead, I'm still not afraid of him. First place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? That kind of trashy martial competition is not worth mentioning at all. Upon hearing the young man in green cursing Duanling Tian, Su Li's face turned grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he clenched his fists tightly. However, he did not flare up in the end. Put aside the fact that this young man in green had a high status, just his strength alone had far surpassed his current strength. His cultivation base was at the 8th level void interpretation, and he had comprehended the 9th level sword concept. It was not something the current him could compare to. Due to the fact that everyone's attention was on Feng Tianwu, nobody heard the conversation between Su Li and the young man in green. Whoosh! At the same time, waves of scorching aura swept out from Feng Tianwu's body, setting off waves of scorching wind that blew in all directions. Whoosh! 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 The fierce wind that brought with it a scorching hot aura caused the expressions of the Blade Sect disciples with weaker Qi realms to change, and they turned pale. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Tianwu was completely enveloped by flames that shot up into the sky. It set off the long red robe on her body, causing her to look as though she had transformed into a fire elf. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. In just a few moments, hundreds of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. S9th level intermediate fire concept? Looking at the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head, everyone present on the scene was petrified. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, they regained their senses and horror dawned on them. The reason they regained their senses was because after the appearance of the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as the flames on Feng Tianwu's body continued to rise. 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before the crowd in just a blink of an eye. First level advanced fire concept. At this moment, everyone, including the 2 sect leaders from the Saber sect and the Sword sect, could not help but narrow their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. Before Feng Tianwu entered the profound assimilation formation, she seemed to have only comprehended the 5th level intermediate fire concept. However, right now, she had actually comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. When they saw the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons turning into 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in just a few moments, everyone was numb as they stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. T2nd level advanced fire concept? Su Li sucked in a cold breath. It's not just the 2nd level advanced fire concept. The number of ancient horned dragons is still increasing. Zhang Shouyong muttered with his eyes wide open. Indeed, the number of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head was still increasing. The 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons soon turned into 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Then it turned into 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons again. It was still increasing. Unknowingly, everyone was numb to it. So this is the fire spirit body? Don't tell me she has absorbed all of the fire concept fragments that were refined by the profound assimilation formation? Chapter 921. Emotion Severing Sect. In a quiet little courtyard, a young man dressed in green sat there. Around his body, there seemed to be waves of aqua-blue waves sweeping past. It was the water concept. In the sky, 200 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes spiraled down. They stayed there quietly, accumulating their energy. At this moment, the young man sitting there did not use any origin energy at all. In other words, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to condense 200 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes with his water concept alone. It was obvious that he had comprehended the 1st level advanced water concept. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the waves of aqua-blue ripples around the young man's body suddenly stirred. They emitted waves of mist that spread out like a gentle breeze. Droplets of water swept out from the mist and landed on the flowers and plants planted in the courtyard like stars in the sky. It added some vitality to the flowers and plants. Supreme emotion forgetting technique. Extreme water condense ice. All of a sudden, the young man in the aqua-blue ripples opened his eyes. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered. Almost at the instant his words left his mouth, the waves of aqua-blue ripples around his body emitted waves of bone-chilling coldness until they no longer emitted any mist. It didn't take long for the blue waves to completely condense together. turning into a thick layer of ice. The thick layer of ice covered the young man's entire body. However, the young man did not seem to notice it at all. His face was still cold as he continued to mutter without stopping. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the sky out of thin air. It was an expressionless middle-aged man. I didn't expect that our emotion-severing sect, which has been passed down for thousands of years and no one has been able to cultivate the supreme emotion-forsaking technique, has been successfully cultivated by him. The extremity of water condenses ice. The extremity of ice gives birth to fire. The extremity of fire gathers lightning. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, with his current progress, I think it won't be long before he successfully nurtures the fire concept with the ice concept. At that time he'll be able to unleash both ice and fire at the same time. The power of both ice and fire will multiply. Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Whoosh! When he lowered his head and looked down, he saw that the young man in the small courtyard was covered in a thick layer of ice. Wisps of flames were rising from the ice around his body. The blazing flames emitted a hot aura, but they did not fuse with the extremely cold ice, and the extremely cold ice did not extinguish the flames either. It looked extremely strange. The peaceful coexistence of the two seemed to have completely violated the principle of water restrains fire. Whoosh! At this moment, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the young man's head. All of a sudden, bang! The young man stomped his feet on the ground, and the thick bricks on the ground cracked apart. Cracks spread out in all directions, as if forming a huge spider web. On this spider web, waves of cold air were left behind, and within the cold air, there were also wisps of scorching aura. The combination of contradictions caused the flowers and plants in the courtyard to completely lose their vitality. Whoosh! After stomping on the ground, the young man borrowed the force to soar into the air. It was as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing high into the sky. Supreme emotion forgetting technique. Ice and fire dual heaven. The young man stood in the air and muttered. When he reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly shouted out loud. As he shouted out loud, the ice and flames on his body strangely merged into one, transforming into wisps of brand new azure flames. It looked crystal clear and beautiful. They were like wisps of burning ice flames. The ice flames emitted waves of extreme cold and scorching heat. The combination of contradictions caused the heaven and earth energy in the sky to stir again. Boom! Without warning, the young man took a step forward and threw a punch in the air. It was like a cannonball that shot out rapidly. Azure flames instantly surged out of his fist. It was like a shockwave that tore through the sky and swept out, setting off a series of ear-piercing explosions. Waves of air that was a mixture of cold and scorching heat swept out in all directions. In the sky above his head, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons had appeared beside the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. From the beginning until the end, he did not use any origin energy at all. In other words, the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons was not given to him by his origin energy. That's right. Even though the dual heavens of ice and fire is only at the beginner level, it's still enough to help you increase your strength by half. When you've taken another step forward and cultivated it to mastery, you'll be able to increase your strength by 1-fold. Unknowingly, a middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared out of thin air not far from the young man, and a rare wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this middle-aged man as Pei-En, the sect leader of emotion-severing sect. As for the young man, he was Flame Young Master Zhang Yan. The supreme emotion-forgetting technique was a cultivation method passed down in the emotion-severing sect since ancient times. It was said that even in the entire Cloud continent, it could be considered as a top-notch cultivation method. However, all this while, nobody in the emotion-severing sect could cultivate it successfully. In order to cultivate the supreme emotion-forgetting technique, other than completely severing one's emotions, one must also comprehend the water concept to a certain level. The peak of water was ice. The peak of ice was fire. The peak of fire was thunder. These short words were the outline of the supreme emotion-forgetting mantra. Once a person who cultivated the supreme emotion forgetting technique succeeded in condensing ice from water and comprehended the ice concept, he would be able to rely on the ice concept to nurture the fire concept that was at the same extreme. Moreover, the fire concept did not need to be comprehended by the cultivator himself. As long as the ice concept improved, the fire concept would also improve at the same time. This was because it originated from the ice concept. It was the same for the thunder concept at the back. As a top-notch cultivation method in the entire cloud continent, the supreme emotion forgetting technique strength was naturally not limited to just this point. Those who cultivated the supreme emotion forgetting technique would also be able to master a special technique, and it was the ice and fire dual heaven. The ice and fire dual heaven was divided into two levels, the rudimentary stage and the mastery stage. Compared to the complicated martial skill, it was much more concise. At the rudimentary stage, one could merge the ice concept and fire concept into one. Not only could one combine the strength of the two, but it could also increase the strength by 50%. Just like Zhang Yan now. His first-level advanced water concept was transformed into the first-level advanced ice concept through the supreme emotion forgetting technique. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The fire concept that was nurtured was at the same level as the first-level advanced fire concept. It was also equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the two were combined, it was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the ice and fire dual heaven that was at the rudimentary stage, one could increase the strength by 50%, which was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Once the ice and fire dual heaven was cultivated to the mastery stage, one could increase the strength by 50%, which was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The stronger the ice concept was, the stronger the fire concept was, and the stronger the ice and fire dual heaven would be. In addition, the dual heavens of ice and fire could only be considered as a combination of the ice concept and the fire concept. It did not conflict with the martial skill at all, so it was completely possible to use the dual heavens of ice and fire as a foundation to execute the martial skill. In that case, the strength would increase as well. Master. When Zhang Yan saw the person who came, he hurriedly bowed. He did not dare to be negligent at all. Prepare. We'll depart tomorrow and head to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Payan nodded. The moment his words left his mouth, he vanished into thin air before Zhang Yan's eyes. After Payan left, a gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes as he muttered to himself, with my current cultivation base at the 7th level void interpretation, coupled with the dual heavens of ice and fire formed from the fusion of ice and fire concept, I can exert the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapons. If there's no accident, none of the young powerhouses from the other sects should be a match for me now. As Zhang Yan muttered to himself, his eyes were filled with confidence. Ever since Zhang Yan joined the emotion-severing sect and displayed his innate talent and comprehension ability, he had been constantly fed with spirit fruits. After he had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, he no longer had any suitable spirit fruits to consume. Although there were many spirit fruits in the emotion-severing sect, they were all spirit fruits that he had consumed in the past. He was already immune to the medicinal efficacy. Due to this reason, since the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held at the Skywolf Fort, he who did not have any spirit fruits to consume had only made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian, he just came out from the Dark Han dynasty. I'm sure he didn't consume any spirit fruits that are exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. After he joined the Blade sect, he has no shortage of spirit fruits. It's very likely that his current cultivation base has already surpassed mine. A familiar purple figure appeared in his mind. A rare faint smile crept up the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. However, even if his cultivation base is higher than mine, and his concept is raised with the help of the profound assimilation formation, his strength is still far from mine after I've successfully cultivated the supreme emotion forsaking technique. Only that Zishang. Perhaps he can pose a threat to me. A hint of dread appeared between Zhang Yan's brows when he thought of Zishang. He still could not help but shudder when he recalled the secret technique Zishang had cast previously. Second-level void interpretation. After casting the secret technique, his cultivation base skyrocketed to the 6th-level void interpretation. Fortunately, Zishang's concept did not seem to be able to be raised at the same time. Chapter 922. In the southwestern region of the northern desert. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, swift silhouettes came from the northeast direction. Their speed was extremely fast as they passed through the clouds and mist in the sky, leaving behind a clear heaven road. The group was led by 3 middle-aged men, an old man and a middle-aged woman. There were 20 people following behind them. All 20 of them were young men and women. With just a glance, one could see that none of them were over 40 years old. We're almost there. The middle-aged man leading the group was none other than Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect. He withdrew his gaze from the distance and came to a halt as he slowed down. At once, the rest of them slowed down as well. We're here. At once, the 20 young men following behind him could not help but be stunned. It has been more than a month since the day we departed. Right now, we're about to arrive at the place where we're supposed to go. Guochong's voice entered everyone's ears in a timely manner. We're really here? Duan Lingtian followed behind and slowed down as well. When he heard Guochong's words, his eyes lit up immediately. Duan Lingtian, we're about to enter the Emperor Wu's secret land. At that time, if both of us join forces, we won't have to worry about not being able to obtain the treasures left behind by Emperor Wu. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and said excitedly through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by how thick-skinned Huang Daniu was. Did he need to join forces with someone else? Even if he wanted to join forces with someone else, it did not seem to be this fellow's turn, right? It was more likely that he would look for Nangongchen from Gold Peak. Currently, Nangongchen's cultivation base should have already broken through to the 9th-level void interpretation. Coupled with his 1st-level advanced earth concept, his strength was so strong that he was only weaker than Duan Lingtian among the younger generation in the entire 5-element sect. Duan Lingtian did not doubt whether Nangongchen would be able to break through to the 9th-level void interpretation or not. After all, the 2 spirit fruits that he consumed last time were distributed by the 5-element sect. Wood Peak had 4 while Gold Peak had 3. Thinking about it, at least 2 of Jinfeng's 3 crystals were in Nangongchen's hands. I'm sure you're all curious about where you're going. Now I'll tell you. Guochong's voice continued to ring out. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the group of 5-element sect's disciples' eyes lit up. Even Nangongchen was no exception. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard this. He knew that Guochong was going to tell him about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The place we're going to this time is the secret treasure, left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu. Guochong's words entered everyone's ears word by word. Apart from the other 4 peak masters who remained calm, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the rest of the 5-element sect's disciples were stunned for a moment before they burst into an uproar. The secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu? Oh my god! The secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu. How many treasures would there be in there? Even if it's the 9th-level concept fragments, grade 1 spirit weapons, and grade 1 medicinal pills, I'm afraid it has everything you need, right? I knew it. The sect leader and the 4 peak masters would bring us out personally. It must be no small matter. However, I never thought that the sect leader and the 4 peak masters would bring us to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with excitement. Even the Nangong brothers were no exception. Nangongyi's face was filled with anticipation. His eyes were gleaming brightly. Although Nangongchen's face was still cold, his eyes that were gleaming brightly had undoubtedly betrayed his current mood. According to the news that I've obtained, the secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu was left behind when he was nearing the end of his life. It contains all of his inheritance, and it's waiting for the fated person in the future. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, his voice became louder and louder. How could the inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu be ordinary? Even he, the sect leader of Five Element sect, could not help but feel excited. Inheritance. The moment Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but feel shocked. Although he already knew that they were going to a secret treasure left behind by an Emperor Wu, he only thought that it was a game that an Emperor Wu came up with out of boredom. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Although the things inside the game created by an Emperor Wu and the inheritance left behind by an Emperor Wu were enough to make people fight over it, the latter was obviously more precious. This was because the latter could very well contain the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his life. It was enough to tempt any force or person on Cloud Continent. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. At the same time, the group of Five Element sect's young disciples who heard Guochang's words began to breathe rapidly. The inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu? What kind of concept was that? The inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu is the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his life. Whoever can obtain it will definitely soar to the sky. I can't wait anymore. However, since it's the inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, why do the Five Peak Masters want to bring us to retrieve it? Wouldn't it be more reassuring if we bring the sect elders to retrieve it? Don't tell me there's a reason? The group of Five Element sect's disciples discussed intensely. When they reached the end of their discussion, they looked at Guochang, the sect leader of Five Element sect, and the other Four Peak Masters in confusion. The place that we're going to is Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There are all kinds of tests left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. If we want to obtain the treasures that he left behind, we'll have to enter and search for them ourselves. Naturally, Guochang heard the discussion among the group of Five Element sect's disciples. He slowly explained, also, the reason why we brought all of you here is because there's an inscription formation at the entrance of that place. Only people below the age of 40 can enter that inscription formation. Once you force your way in, the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure will collapse. Now, do you understand the reason why we brought all of you here? Guochang's words entered the ears of all the Five Element sect's disciples. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, who were already prepared, the other 18 people could not help but be taken aback. However, after listening to Guochang's explanation, they finally understood everything. It was not that the sect leader and the Four Peak Masters did not want to bring the sect elders. It was just that none of the senior officials in the sect, including themselves, could enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Only people like them who were below the age of 40 could enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Also, the Five Element sect is not the only one who knows about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As far as I know, the four major forces in the south of the northern desert all know about the existence of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When the day of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure opens, they'll definitely bring the most outstanding young disciples from their respective sects here. When Guochang reached this point, his face turned a little solemn. In other words, it's not only the 20 of you who will enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The most outstanding young disciples from the four major forces in the south of the northern desert will also enter with all of you. As for what's going to happen inside, I'm sure all of you can guess it. For this reason, all of you must be mentally prepared. Guochang finished his sentence in one breath. What? The four major forces in the northern desert also know about the existence of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Oh my God! When the young powerhouses from the four major forces enter with us, even if we find the treasure, we might not be able to keep it once they find it. None of the four major forces is weaker than our Five Element sect. Looks like it's really dangerous to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, who were already prepared, the group of Five Element sect's disciples was shocked again. Some of them even had dread in their words. Of course, there were also some people whose eyes were burning with passion. For example, Nangong Chan and Nangong Yi. When they heard that the young powerhouses from the other forces would enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure together, they could not help but emit a thick battle intent from their bodies. On the other hand, Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and Tianjin's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Of course, no matter who doesn't want to go in, the sect will definitely not force you. However, before all of you make your decision, I'd like to represent the sect to inform all of you. When Guocheng reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Among the things in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the sect leader is only interested in the profundity fragment. As for the other things such as the 9th level concept fragment, grade 1 spirit weapon and so on, they belong to whoever finds them. The sect will definitely not snatch them away by force. Profundity fragment. The moment Guocheng's words left his mouth, other than Duan Lingtian, the 19 young 5-element sect's disciples, including Huang Daniu, could not help but narrow their eyes. They knew very well what a profundity fragment meant. As long as the 5-element sect could obtain a profundity fragment, even if it was just one, it would be able to give birth to a martial monarch powerhouse. However, the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that they were about to enter actually had a profundity fragment. However, when they thought about it again, they felt relieved. After all, that was the place where Emperor Wu's lifelong legacy was stored. Among the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his lifetime, there would definitely be no lack of profundity fragments. No matter who it is, as long as they obtain a profundity fragment, they'll be a great contributor to the sect. In the future, the sect will definitely not reject any disciple who has handed in the profundity fragment to the best of our ability if they have any requests. When Guocheng reached the end of his sentence, he had a serious expression on his face. If you don't hand it in voluntarily and it's discovered by us, then you won't have such benefits anymore. When Guocheng reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly changed his tone and became stricter. All of the 5-element sect's disciples who come out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure must hand over the spatial ring in their hands and let us search through it. After we've confirmed that you don't have any profundity fragments, we'll return the spatial ring to you. As for the other things, the sect won't touch them. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.